Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 6:51 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates of the Department of Justice as outlined in resolutions E13, E20, E22, E25, and E33. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $468,687,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimate. E20, resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,281,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Freedom of Information and Privacy Review Office pursuant to the estimate. E22, that a sum not exceeding $3,044,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Human Rights Commission pursuant to the estimate. E25, resolved that a sum not exceeding $444,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Nova Scotia Police Complaints Commissioner pursuant to the estimate. And lastly, resolved that a sum not exceeding $32,075,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Public Prosecution Service pursuant to the estimate. And I'll now invite the Minister of Justice to make opening remarks for up to an hour, if they wish. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, colleagues, and others watching today. I'm pleased to join you to talk about the work of the Department of Justice. I am tremendously proud of this department and the dedicated individuals who work hard day in and day out to ensure we have a well-functioning, fair, and accessible justice system. Before I begin today, I would like to make a couple quick introductions. Joining me today from the Department of Justice are my Deputy Minister, Candace Thomas. We have with us the Executive Director of Finance, who I believe is behind me, is Lee Jin. And to my left is Bill Trask, the Executive Director of Policy and Information Management. Chair, when talking about the work of Department of Justice, I think that it's important that we first highlight the broad scope of what we do and how it impacts our province. Nova Scotia's Justice Department is responsible for the administration of the province's justice system, which includes the responsibility for public safety and security, including policing and police oversight, licensing and regulations of private security services, cyber safety, and oversight of service animals. Managing and supporting the administration of the province court system, which includes our 25 courthouses, providing administrative support to provincial and federal appointed judges, courthouse security, safe transportations of persons in custody, and civil enforcement. Correctional services, including community and in-custody programs, providing victim services to help victims and witnesses of crime, enforcing court-ordered child support and spousal support payments, leading the province to become more accessible through our Accessibility Act, leading and supporting the government's anti-racism and anti-hate and equality efforts, and providing legal services and advice to the government of Nova Scotia and all its agencies and Crown corporations. Our more than 1,800 employees include correctional officers, sheriff's lawyers, probation officers, court administrators, policy analysts, victim service navigators, youth workers, and firearm experts, all of whom work in communities across Nova Scotia. Our employees are tremendously dedicated to their work and to the Nova Scotians who rely on our justice system, often during some of the most difficult times of their lives. As the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, I'm also responsible for a number of arm's-length Crown agencies, commissions, and offices. These include the Nova Scotia Medical Examiner Service, which is led by Medical Examiner Dr. Matthew Bowes, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, led by CEO Charlene Moore, the Office of the Police Complaints Commissioner, led by retired Judge Patrick Curran, Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Services, led by the Acting Director Rick Woodburn, Public Trustee's Office, led by Shannon Ingram, the Serious Incident Response Team, or CERT, led by Acting Director Aaron Nas, the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal, led by Sandy McIntosh, who is the Chief Appeals Commissioner, and the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, led by CEO Joe Fraser. As an aside, I'm pleased that Nova Scotia was just hosted the first federal, provincial, territorial meeting of ministers responsible for human rights in Halifax last June. You'll note a theme of human rights, equality, and anti-racism throughout the work of our department. I'm also responsible for the Freedom of Information Protected and Privacy Act, the Elections Act, as well as more than 165 other pieces of legislation. I'd like to recognize both Dorothy Rice, who is the Chief Electoral Officer, as well as Tricia Ralph, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and thank them for their work as well. Nova Scotians are fortunate to have two qualified and dedicated individuals in these two roles. Chair, I'll now take a moment to highlight some of the investments in the Department of Justice's budget this year. Our budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $453.5 million, an increase of $15.2 million from last year's budget. Major increases include $2.2 million for an increased cost of RCMP collective agreement, $2 million for additional resources to address the court delays, and $1.2 million for equity and anti-racism strategy. We're also adding 9.3 net full-time equivalents to the department, largely to support the operations of Nova Scotia's first ever new bail court, which I recently announced. The Department of Justice also has several projects in the capital plan, including the design work for a new Cape Breton Correctional Facility and a provincial court scheduling system IT project. Budget 24-25 makes important investments in areas of public safety, efficiency in our justice system, and government's efforts in addressing systemic racism and inequality. We will continue to make investments and do the work Nova Scotians expect us to do. One of our highest priorities within the Department of Justice and across government is the action in response to the final reports of the Mass Casualty Commission and the Desmond Fatality Inquiry. Our commitment is that we will learn from these tragic events and strive towards taking all necessary steps to ensure that something similar never happens again. We are committed to working together with all levels of government to respond to these reports. Our immediate response to the Mass Casualty Commission's report focused on 4 key areas: community well-being, grief bereavement and mental wellness resources, policing operations, and gender-based violence prevention. The provincial and federal governments established the Progress Monitoring Committee, which will help the public stay up to date on the progress of the initiatives that Nova Scotia and Canada are taking in response to the report. Through our response to the Mass Casualty final report, much work is underway to improve mental health services, raise awareness of and address domestic violence, and improve public safety. That is why we're also carefully considering how recommendations from the Desmond Fatality Inquiry's final report are linked with our actions in response to the final report of the Mass Casualty Commission. I know the Desmond and Borden families, their friends, and the community of Upper Big Tracadie have waited too long for answers. We have been reviewing the report put forward by Judge Scoville, which touches on public safety and policing, access to mental health treatment and supports, intimate partner and domestic violence, how racialized communities are supported with culturally responsive programs, and how government shares information and supports those who serve their country. These issues are important, and they're not simple. My commitment to the Desmond and Borden families, their friends, and all of the African Nova Scotian rural communities is that the lessons learned from this report will be incorporated into the work of government. We will continue to liaise with federal government about items that fall under their jurisdiction, like Veterans Affairs and Firearms, while we continue to act on those recommendations that were made to the province. I want to thank those within government who have led the work in the immediate response and those who are now leading the work on responding to these 2 reports. I also want to thank those, particularly within our Victim Services Division, who have supported the families and communities in the days, months, and years since these terrible events unfolded. These staff were among the first on hand to provide support, arranging counseling services, ensuring those affected were kept informed, and providing on-site services and supports to the family and community and during the inquiry stages. Chair, on the topic of public safety, I want to speak briefly about another important and significant initiative in my department is currently undertaking, a comprehensive review of policing in Nova Scotia. It is important that our police services are efficient, effective, and affordable, that they are structured in a way that best serves Nova Scotians. Chair, there are currently 11 police agencies in Nova Scotia, 10 municipal and the RCMP, who serve as the provincial police force. In total, we have almost 2,000 police officer positions across this province. The structure of this review includes an expert external consultant, Deloitte, who will work closely with a review engagement advisory committee comprised of people from equity-deserving groups, the provincial government, police agencies, subject matter experts, and others. And the process will review how policing is currently done and make recommendations on how better to serve Nova Scotians in the future. The committee is led by co-chairs Lindell Smith of Halifax and Haley Crichton, Executive Director of Public Services, Safety and Security in our department. I appreciate all the members of the committee stepping up and helping to guide this work. Local, diverse voices are crucial in ensuring that Nova Scotians are engaged as this review progresses. We hope to have this done by the end of April 2025. We are also continue to work closely with our partners within the justice system to address the sexualized violence, human trafficking, and sexual exploitation. The impact of these crimes is severe and felt in communities across our province, and we know they have a larger impact on marginalized communities and women. Human trafficking can be difficult to detect, and victims tend to be isolated and concealed from the public. Many may experience barriers or be unwilling to report to authorities for various reasons. While Stats Canada has recently reported a decrease in the rate of human trafficking in Nova Scotia in 2022 over the previous year, we unfortunately continue to have the highest rate of human trafficking among provinces and territories. Sadly, our coastal locations have been identified as a hub for human trafficking, where victims are often moved from Atlantic Canada to the rest of the country. We are taking steps to address all aspects of this crime. We are supporting police in the investigation of the people that commit these crimes, providing additional resources to the public prosecution to ensure those responsible are tried for these crimes, and providing support to victims to help them to move forward. We continue to support a dedicated police human trafficking unit. Since 2018, government has invested $1.3 million in this integrated unit, which is comprised of the RCMP and municipal officers, to provide dedicated support to survivors and enforce laws against human trafficking. The funding has been implemented through a plan and focuses on marginalized communities, including survivors of human trafficking. We know more needs to be done. Combating human trafficking requires education, prevention, enforcement, and support. I know our police agencies are dedicated to addressing human trafficking, and we will continue to work together on this. The Public Prosecution Service already had a dedicated team providing prosecutions for human trafficking, and we have recently provided 2 additional positions, a Crown Prosecutor as well as a legal assistant, to expand this team and provide dedicated services in Cape Breton. We are also increasing our support for victims of sexualized violence. In addition to the human trafficking support provided by PPS, we have also recently provided 2 new positions specifically dedicated to the sexual assault prosecutions. Survivors of sexual violence are entitled to be treated with respect and a range of services are available to help survivors navigate the justice system. Victim Services provides multiple supports and services for survivors of crime and specific supports for survivors of sexual violence. Victim service navigators are trained in trauma-informed practices and are there to help victims throughout the court process, including supports for making victim impact statements, which help ensure survivors are heard and that the court has a fully understanding of the impact of these horrible crimes. In addition to these supports, Victim Services offers other programs to help people that have experienced sexualized violence. The first of these programs is an independent legal advice program. Knowledge Chair is power, and we want to empower survivors. This program provides survivors of sexual violence, including people impacted by human trafficking, the opportunity to access up to 4 free hours of independent legal advice. Survivors can access this at any point, and it does not require a police report. Earlier this month, 6 new lawyers received training and will be added to the roster of lawyers who are now available under this program. Another program that supports victims of sexual violence is our SOLR program, S-O-L-R, Sexual Offense Legal Representation. Our criminal justice system is built on the idea that every accused has a right to make full an answer and defense. This program ensures that victims have their own independent legal advice and representation in court cases where an accused is requesting access to the victim's personal records. Through the Criminal Injuries Counseling Program, Victim Services can help victims pay for professional counseling services to deal with trauma resulting from the crime. This program is available to the victims of a violent criminal offense, immediate families of the person, immediate family of a person who has been murdered, or to people injured while trying to stop a crime. Counseling is provided by approved private counseling specialists within the community. Victim Services is currently in the process of streamlining this program to speed up approvals and find efficiencies that allow staff to devote more time to counseling and clients. They are also focused on recruiting a more diverse roster of counselors. We are also continuing to work on amendments to the Victims' Rights and Services Act to ensure a survivor of sexual violence is treated with respect throughout the process. We've completed consultations with service providers and will be using this information to develop proposed amendments to address the needs of sexual assault survivors across the criminal justice system. Chair, we also remain committed to addressing serious crime in our community, including gun violence. A new framework is currently underway under development to guide investment and projects that combat serious and violent crime in Nova Scotia. We also remain committed to addressing hate-motivated crimes. I'm very concerned about the increase in police-reported hate crimes nationally and here in Nova Scotia. Every Nova Scotian has a right to feel safe and secure in their community, and we're committed to ensuring our police agencies have the resources and supports they need to address violent crime, fire-related crime, organized crime, and hate crime. We're deeply committed to addressing racism, hate, and inequality in our communities, and the Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy, a first of its kind in Canada, reflects this commitment. A theme you will see throughout our work, and something that we view as a matter of great importance, is addressing systemic discrimination in the justice system. Every Nova Scotian should trust that our justice system will treat them fairly and equitably, regardless of their skin color, cultural background, sexual identity, gender identity, or gender expression. And everyone deserves to see themselves reflected in a justice system that is diverse as the communities that it operates within. Since last budget, the provincial Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, or OEA, has moved to the Department of Justice. OEA has a natural home in this department, and its work aligns well with the work already underway in DOJ. The Office of Equity and Anti-Racism was established to work across government and with the partners in the community to improve the lives of the underrepresented and unserviced communities by identifying and addressing systemic equality and racism. We also have a lot of excellent work underway to combat systemic discrimination and racism, such as the development of the accessibility standards, the ongoing development of the African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan, and an Indigenous Justice Action Strategy, as well as the implementing recommendations from the Wortley Report on street checks, all working with community. In July 2023, I was pleased to announce the province's equity and anti-racism strategy. The goal of this first of its kind in Canada plan is to ensure a whole of government approach in identifying and addressing systemic hate, systemic hate, inequality, and racism. The strategy responds to the community feedback by addressing how government applies an equity and anti-racism lens when considering and making legislation, regulations, and policy. It also responds to community concerns about how equity and race-based data is collected and used, how we support and fund communities in addressing hate, inequality, racism through the community network, and the need to support municipalities and villages to create welcoming communities by doing equity and anti-racism work throughout this province. The strategy aligns OEA as the lead within government for the 2SL LGBTQIA+ community. This is the first time a lead department has been identified for the rainbow community, and OEA is currently working on an action plan that will be informed by the community to meet their needs. This was all made possible because of the engagement of Nova Scotians and the all-party legislative committee who worked together on the Dismantling Race and Hate Act, which passed through the legislature unanimously. This legislation also empowers government to require other public sector bodies to develop their own equity and anti-racism plans. Last month, OEA's Community Network Grant Program opened for applications. Through this program, community organizations can apply for funding for projects that have primary mandate and objectives related to equity and anti-racism. These grants are part of OEA's Community Network, which was created to provide a virtual space to better connect communities with each other and with the governments for meaningful, sustainable dialogue. The network, launched on July 31st, 2023, will continue to grow with feedback from members and is one of the key commitments in the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act. The Department of Justice also continues to work on an Indigenous Justice Action Strategy. We are committed to a justice system that meets the needs of Indigenous persons, and that means addressing overrepresentation, being culturally responsive, and having more supports. We are using a nothing about us without us approach to engage with the Mi'kmaq community and service delivery agencies. Extensive engagement with community, Mi'kmaq justice agencies, and partners is informing the strategy, which will identify opportunities to improve cultural, appropriate, and responsive programs and services to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous persons in the justice system. We have gathered the experiences of over 180 people and are working with KMKNO, which is the Mi'kmaq Rights Organization, to complete the community engagement process. We're also developing an African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan, working with the African Nova Scotians and people of African descent. We have conducted significant engagements in over 25 African Nova Scotian communities across this province. The voice of community members are critical in developing this plan. This work is being done with the African Nova Scotian Decade for People of African Descent Coalition, the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute, the Association of Black Social Workers, and the African Nova Scotia Affairs. I look forward to sharing more details on both of these strategies in the near future, and I truly thank everyone who has taken the time to speak with us and share their thoughts and experiences. Chair, another important area of our department is accessibility. I want to reaffirm our government's goal of a fair and more accessible Nova Scotia by 2030. An accessible province means an exclusive future for Nova Scotians, and our government is committed to leading by example. We know that people with disabilities across Nova Scotia experience more financial insecurity, more social isolation, and higher rates of unstable employment compared to those without disabilities. We are working to change that. All government departments are acting on commitments made through the Government of Nova Scotia's Accessibility Plan. A key highlight for me was receiving the report on the first independent review of the Accessibility Act in May. Dr. Katie Albrecht, a disability scholar and associate professor at St. X University, led the independent review. It is important to regularly review implementation of the Accessibility Act to make sure that it continues to remove and prevent barriers from people with disabilities. Dr. Albrecht's recommendations will help us strengthen our approach to this important work. We're taking action to address 47 of the 48 recommendations from Dr. Albrecht that will help guide us to achieving a more accessible goals in the future. We continue to make good progress to develop all 6 standard areas in education, employment, goods and services, the built environment, information and communication, and public transportation. Work is also underway on the development of the implementation of the Accessibility Plan by government and 107 public sector organizations. We have also been working closely with Public Service Commission to make accessible training mandatory for civil servants. Impressively, over 9,000 employees have completed the introduction to disability training, and over 5,000 have completed the introductory to accessibility barriers and solutions. Of course, partnership is a key cornerstone to reaching our goal of an accessible province, and municipalities, villages, and other public sector bodies are important partners. I'm pleased that nearly all the prescribed public sector bodies have developed and are implementing their own accessibility plans as well. Overall, I'm very pleased with the progress of the accessibility standards and would like to thank the Accessibility Directorate, staff, and the Accessibility Advisory Board for their commitments to all their hard work to helping us make Nova Scotia more accessible. Chair, I'd kind of like to shift right now and to a more important topic of access to justice. The province continues to be committed to finding efficiencies and reducing backlogs and delay in our provincial courts. We are aware of the impact of the Supreme Court Canada's 2016 Jordan decision. While there has been progress at reducing the number of cases above Jordan threshold, the number remained very high compared to the pre-pandemic levels. That is why, Chair, our government is making significant investments across the province's criminal justice system to increase efficiencies and reduce backlog of cases. Our courts have adapted and shifted rapidly, and the use of more virtual services, which has improved access to the justice system for many Nova Scotians. We have filled judicial vacancies, implemented new training, adopted new technologies, and added new permanent positions to the public prosecution services and within court services. Just a few weeks ago, I was pleased to announce that the province will establish its first ever bail court. The new bail court will be a hybrid provincial court that deals with bail hearings in person in HRM and virtually across Nova Scotia. There are, on average, 12,000 judicial interim release hearings each year in courtrooms across Nova Scotia. Moving these matters to a single court will allow other courts to focus on setting matters down for trial and will enable more trials to be held sooner, reducing the possibility of cases being dismissed without a trial. It will also assist in addressing the high number of remand in provincial correction facilities. And to support an increase in caseload, Nova Scotia Legal Aid will receive an annual grant of $227,000 to hire a new staff lawyer and a court support worker. In August 2023, I was pleased to appoint Judge Perry Borden as our new provincial chief judge. More recently, I appointed 2 experienced and respected judges, Judge Shane Russell of Sydney and Judge Rhonda Vanderhook of Windsor, as associate chief judges. Administering the provincial court continues to become more complex, and I know they will make tremendous contributions to the administration of the courts in our province. We have also made what we believe to be the single largest increase in staffing in the Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service since it was first established in 1990. To ensure that PPS has the resources needed to prosecute more complex cases, we're providing funding for 27 permanent positions. 17 are brand new positions, 11 Crown attorneys and 6 legal assistants, that will play a crucial role in the administration of justice and support specialized prosecution teams related to human trafficking and sexualized violence, as well as increase frontline Crown attorneys' positions around the province. The other 10 positions will allow PPS to make its intake pilot teams permanent. This pilot began in 2017 to triage cases to address the court backlogs and support compliance with Jordan timelines. These existing term positions have now been converted to permanent full-time positions. PPS will designate 4 of these new lawyer positions for equity candidates to improve representation within the organization and throughout the justice system. Building on lessons learned through the pandemic, we continue to work with judges in the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions to modernize the courts in Nova Scotia. The Digital Task Force, co-led by the Department of Justice and the Nova Scotia Judiciary, aims to improve access to justice, increase efficiencies, and create better access to justice and better outcome for users. Courts continue to shift to virtual and hybrid court models where appropriate by hearing matters by telephone and video conferencing. The work of the Digital Task Force continues, and the next step includes focusing on the development of digital solutions for Nova Scotia's Court of Appeals. Our Court Service Division has made supporting families a key work in their focus. Divorce care can be incredibly difficult for families, which is why we have introduced a virtual workshop to help people gain basic information about the process and how to apply to the court for a divorce. These live and interactive virtual workshops are held throughout the year. We are also supporting family through our Supervised Parent and Exchange program. This program enables visits between children and parents in situations where a court has determined the parent should not interact with one another or that a parent needs to be supervised during a visit. This program is available throughout most of our province with the goal of full expansion by the end of 2024. We know that family disputes in court can be stressful. We have an online resource that offers information relating to the law, processes, and services that make up family law in Nova Scotia. NovaScotiaFamilyLaw.ca. This website helps Nova Scotians understand the process and provides the tools to navigate the options available. It is an important resource, and I'm pleased to say that the website is now also available in French, expanding the impact of this tool to all families. And I know that the court services continues to grow in their capacity with their staff to offer even more French services as we move forward. We've also completed engagement to inform our work to offer a more comprehensive approach to adjusting child support orders. Through our administrative recalculation of child support program, we can recalculate certain child support orders based on updated income information provided by a parent who is paying the support. We are looking to expand this program to allow for additional changes without the need to have to return to court to adjust the order. This reduces delay, removes matters from the courts, removes stress, and makes it easier for families. Chair, I've already outlined some of the great work happening in our maintenance enforcement and victim services division to support victims of crime. I'd now like to focus a bit on this division's critical work to support families to get the court-ordered spousal and payments and child support maintenance enforcement program. This is an important program that supports the financial and emotional stability of Nova Scotians. It supports more than 12,000 children and collects and pays out nearly $154,000 in child and spousal support to recipients each and every day. We have made many improvements over the last several years to increase support payments to families and reduce program arrears. And we continue to improve how this program is run with an eye on improving the experience for our clients. MEP will often receive information that may impact payments. Recent progress changes have decreased the amount of time it takes to act on this information by 94%. This means families are now waiting less time to receive their payments. We are also being more proactive in how we engage new clients to the MEP program. Staff now reach out directly to people who have recently received court orders, providing information on how the program works, its benefits, as well as answering questions that they may have. I'm pleased to say that today arrears are the lowest level in more than 15 years. Despite that, we remain focused on continuing to reduce arrears and improve enforcement. Chair, Correctional Services is responsibility for the administration and operation of community and custody-based programs and services for adults and young persons. We take our responsibilities to those in our custody very seriously, and we do not do it alone. We work closely with partner agencies around the province to deliver programs and services that support rehabilitation, diversity, and positive outcomes. The Department of Justice, through Correctional Services, operate 4 adult correctional facilities and 1 youth center. On any given day, Chair, there are about 460 individuals in provincial custody. Among the goals of Correctional Services is to provide programs and services that achieve positive changes in behavior and attitude and which balance deterrence, sentences, and rehabilitation. Correctional Services has focused on addressing the social determinants of health needs of our clients. In doing so, you will find social workers, correctional caseworkers, programmers, and teachers providing services to individuals in our custody or under our supervision in the community. Our Department of Justice employs 14 social workers who work in our facilities and community corrections. These registered social workers provide services to persons in custody or under community supervision in a culturally responsive and trauma-informed manner. The services they provide include individuals in group therapy, clinical programming, system navigation, and advocacy. Our social workers also help with skill building, helping individuals develop different ways to cope with stress, regulate their emotions, and improve their relationships with others. Improved outcomes will not only reduce the pressure on primary care, but also on other government resources. Some other examples of this work include partnerships with John Howard Society and Elizabeth Fry Society, who receive financial support and in-kind services for supportive housing for individuals on bail or transitioning from custody to community. Supportive housing case management provides vulnerable Nova Scotians with the support they need to reintegrate and stay in our communities. Individuals dealing with chronic or persistent mental health issues, brain injuries, and developmental disabilities can be vulnerable in institutional settings, which is why we have developed in-custody specialized living units. The NEGIN living unit in the Northeast Nova Scotia Correctional Facility in Pictou County is an example of one of these units. NEGI translate as to where I heal. This innovative program has provided opportunities specifically designed for this population to help them develop basic life skills like living healthy, eating, money management, career development. We also have community outreach programs that provide an opportunity for those in custody to give back and make good use of their skills. This includes the Nova Ramp Up Project, where persons in custody at Northeast Nova Scotia Correctional Facility build ramps to make businesses and organizations more accessible. These ramps have been distributed through Antigonish, Pictou, and Colchester counties. Persons in custody who participate in this community outreach program acquire transferable skills, are educated on the history of the area they live in, and gain the confidence needed to be productive members of society, all while giving back to the community. Chair, I want to take a moment to discuss the work of our community correctional staff. Community-based sentences allow people to serve their sentence in the community under the supervision of a probation officer. These sentences can include probation, conditional sentences, custody and supervision, conditional supervision, and intensive rehabilitation, custody and supervision. Probation officers also supervise individuals released from custody or on conditional releases and prepare pre-sentencing investigations to assist the courts in the sentencing process. Staff in community corrections work out of 22 offices across our province, helping to ensure people who are in conflict with the law are following their sentence and supporting them in reintegrating into society. In alignment with the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Community Corrections has successfully concluded 3 annual conferences on fetal alcohol spectrum disorder knowledge and resource building for the Indigenous youth and justice. These gatherings aim to foster a supportive network for Indigenous youth with fetal alcohol spectrum syndrome. Furthermore, our commitment to providing cultural relevant service to Indigenous and African Nova Scotians communities continue. We have recently opened a satellite office in North Preston and are working to establish an office in Wagmattook. These offices provide culturally appropriate support to the province and wellness Gladue courts in those areas. Additional plans are underway to expand our satellite offices to Eskazoni to accommodate the growing need of this community in the terms of community corrections. Chair, I also want to take some time to talk about how we support our correctional officers. Correctional officers work in a unique and challenging environment where they need to be absent due to physical or psychological injury sometime. On the recruitment side, the department has dedicated a full-time position to focus on recruitment and retention and has implemented a continuous open application process that's seeing positive results. We have also designated positions for members of underrepresented groups, held virtual information sessions to help better engage interested candidates from outside Nova Scotia, and we attend job fairs whenever possible. On the retention side, there are a number of additional initiatives underway to improve overall staffing and staff well-being. We have engaged with the Office of Workplace Mental Health that supports the mental health needs of staff. We have hired 2 workplace wellness social workers who provide clinical services and wellness initiatives for staff, and a dedicated occupational health and safety specialist who supports staff in developing safe workplace practices. In the last few years, we have enhanced training with new courses on mental health and addictions, cultural awareness, human rights, and the use of force. We have also doubled the number of on-the-job training shifts that correctional officers must complete during their training period. 33 correctional officers recently completed their training and started on the job, with another group of 45 new correctional officers currently undergoing training. A new class will begin soon as this class is finished. In fact, Chair, just this week, it was my pleasure to stop by and meet with the officers currently in training. It was an opportunity for me to see firsthand the training they receive and to talk to some of our newest employees. Chair, I'd like now to take a moment to give an overview of our department's Legal Services Division. This division is the government's law firm, providing a range of legal advice and services to Government of Nova Scotia, Crown corporations, agencies, boards, and commissions. Legal services includes lawyers, legal technicians, administrative professionals, and editors. The division is skilled in administrative law, negotiating and drafting of agreements, commercial transactions, corporate governance, property transactions, employment and labor matters, child protection and human rights, constitutional matters, First Nation matters, and the day-to-day advice on routine legal matters for government. Legal Services also works on every piece of legislation and set of regulations for government. The division represents government in all legal proceedings and before administrative bodies and tribunals in arbitrations and mediations. Legal Services is also the home to the Registry of Regulations, which is responsible for consolidating and publishing the Nova Scotia's regulations. The registry is responsible for the publication of the Royal Gazette Part 1 and Part 2 and reviews all draft regulations to ensure that they meet plain language standards. They also ensure that the regulations are consistent in form, style, and content with the current legislation and regulation standards. Chair, improving access to information and privacy legislation is part of my mandate from the Premier. That is why we are in the process of conducting a comprehensive review of the information access and privacy legislation framework in Nova Scotia. The FOIPOP Act has been in effect since 1994, and the last major update was conducted in 1999. It's certainly time to update our legislation and make sure that it continues to be effective in protecting the privacy rights of Nova Scotians and ensuring transparency of government and other public bodies. More than 400 public sector entities fall under the FOIPOP Act or relate access to legislation. And in 2022-23, there were more than 5,000 requests for records across public sector entities that are subject to the access of information legislation, nearly 5 times the volume of 20 years ago. This review launched in September when it opened for public feedback. We received about 100 submissions from members of the public through that engagement. The working group undertaking this review has also solicited feedback from municipalities and other public sector entities, including government departments, and have met directly with newsrooms and stakeholders, and I know they will soon be engaging with the members of the legislature as well. This is a big job, and I greatly appreciate everyone who has taken the time to meet with us and share their views. This work is being done by our Policy and Information Management Division, which is supporting many of the initiatives I've mentioned today, including our response to the Mass Casualty Commission and Desmond Fatality Inquiry final reports, the African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan, and implementing recommendations from the Wortley Report. Chair, I appreciate the time given to me today for an overview of the important work being done by the Department of Justice. Employees of our department are working in communities in every corner of this province, making a positive difference in the lives of Nova Scotians every day. Before I wrap up, I do want to thank everyone from the Department of Justice and our partners who support the budget estimate process. I especially want to give a quick shout out to all the staff at the department right now who are over in the Michael Baker boardroom supporting us. With that, Chair, I look forward to questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. As usual, I think everyone knows how this operates by now. We'll start with the first hour with the opposition, then move on to the NDP. So with that said, we'll have a first hour recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for his opening remarks and the time that the staff have put into the budget, and certainly being here into the evening hours to look at examining the justice budget. I want to start with an area that wasn't mentioned in your introductory remarks, and that's relative to access to justice and the legal aid budget. I think that it can be fairly stated that justice really has three core pillars, and we have heard, and our caucus has also pressured for increases to the public prosecution and the court services as well, and we do see increases, significant increases to the PPS. But when we look at the Nova Scotia legal aid budget, there seems to be a $1 million cut. In my view, you cannot really address the Jordan threshold concerns effectively in a holistic way unless you're equally contributing to the different facets of justice. Even if the legal aid budget came in at the same, I think that would cause problems in providing similar resources year over year given inflationary impacts and an increasing population. So really disappointed yet again to see year over year what seems to be an undervaluing of the service of legal aid and how that can contribute to throwing off the balance of access to justice in Nova Scotia. So I'd ask the minister if he would commit to taking a look at this and increase that funding and reverse that cut.
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the honourable member. Part of the issue that one of the challenges that the department faced this year was a decrease in our federal funding. The federal government makes a contribution towards legal aid this year, and they actually decreased the funding $1.6 million. The department has reached out directly to our federal counterparts and have expressed the need to see that that funding reinstated and the importance of that funding for legal aid. We certainly agree that it's a three-legged stool, and when we increase one area, whether it be the courts, PPS, or legal aid, it certainly has an impact on other areas. We've also had discussions in regards to the tariff rate that we pay. If somebody has to go outside of legal aid and get legal assistance, that rate hasn't increased in a number of years, so we are looking at trying to get an increase in that as well. And just hang on, I'll see if my deputy has anything else.
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say, too, is, I do very much appreciate the work that Nova Scotia Legal Aid does. Charlene Moore, who's there as the CEO, as well as George Ash, who is the board chair. They are very committed and work along with us. We've met with them numerous times, and I certainly, myself, personally am an advocate for legal aid. I would point out that we do actually, provincially, the funding is at 80%. So we do fund them relatively well provincially. It was really that hit from the $1.6 million that the feds clawed back on.
I recognize the Honourable Member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am aware that the federal government has reduced the funding. However, in other provinces across the Federation, what they are doing, and I wonder if the Minister is aware of this, but other provinces are actually supplementing that funding to ensure that they don't lose that, as the Minister referenced, leg on the stool, because it does present challenges in tying up cases, and I take the minister's sincerity that he's really trying to look at the threshold with Jordan, but without having access to funding for defense. I think that presents an issue for the minister, and given that he's an advocate for legal aid, self-proclaimed, and given that the minister has increased the court services, which he explained in the intro, all the various things they do, but essentially government lawyers has increased by 1.5 million. I think it's problematic to have Nova Scotia legal aid reduced by 1 million. Even if it's the federal government, I know that's true, but is the minister aware that other provinces have supplemented the funding, and will he consider looking at what other provinces have done so that we don't create that imbalance in the justice system?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member, we are aware and I am committed. We are trying to fix it.
The Honourable Member Kimberley Prospect.
Thank you very much for that to the minister. With respect to the tariff rates for certificate lawyers and financial eligibility criteria, that continues to be a major issue, and the minister did commit to addressing the tariff rates last year after public accounts, and nothing has been announced since that meeting. I know he referenced it again today, but legal aid cannot make changes to financial eligibility or tariff rates without government intervention, because they're governed by the regulation, as the minister knows. So will the minister acknowledge that certificate lawyers are being underpaid? And I know that he's looking at it. When can we expect an update to look at it being increased like in other provinces, such as Alberta, for example?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. As I spoke earlier, we are aware that tariff rates are very low. We are trying to get an increase on that. We do have a R&R going very soon to Treasury and Policy Board, and we're optimistic that there'll be some funding to come to offset that. So, thank you.
The Honourable Member Kimberley Prospect.
Thank you very much for the transparency. I guess we're on a roll. We're getting some good answers. I'm not used to that. Public prosecution services. The minister's aware there have been several FOIPOPs trying to look at the investigation into discriminatory hiring practices within the public prosecution. We haven't been able to actually see the actual findings. They've been redacted under the auspices of being advice to a minister, and I guess I just challenge that in a sense that this is an independent report, not unlike other reports that have been tasked with the Leahy report on forestry practices, and then staff take a report with recommendations, and then they look at giving advice to a minister, which I can understand being confidential. But can the minister shed any light on what's in that report that's so problematic that that it's not being shared publicly with the opposition or media?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would offer, if I could, is most of that report is a report of for PPS. What I will say is I do acknowledge that in the past there was systemic racism in PPS. We are trying to change that culture. Recently there was a new EDI director who's been hired to do some work up there, and through our past acting director and the current director there now, Rick Woodburn, who's also acting, I've given ministerial directive that we need to address any of the concerns that may have been highlighted in that report around systemic racism. And I know that that they're working towards addressing any of the concerns that are in there.
Recognize the honourable member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, and I acknowledge there have been some strides forward and some equity appointments. And I won't stay on PPS too long, but can the minister let us know when a new permanent director for the NSPPS will be appointed, given that that position is so influential, so important that that we need a permanent person in that position?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Just a moment.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And of course, government does recognize the stability. I do, as minister, recognize the stability of a permanent director. Currently, we have been working to review that position, working with a recruitment firm to look at potentially hiring that. Right now, I guess what I would say is we're hoping that within the next few months that we'll be able to have an announcement on that.
I recognize the Honourable Member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that directive, that ministerial directive that was given to, I guess it was PPS, is that something that we could get a copy of? Is that public? Like, I know in Department of, I'm not familiar how it works in Justice Department Environment. Certainly there was it's an official thing to give a directive to a company. Is that an official document, or is that, or what is that?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as in my role as Minister of Justice, I do meet regularly with all levels of the court, PPS, as well as the judiciary on a regular basis. So it was a verbal direction that we needed to address any of the issues that were highlighted there. As I said, I traditionally every couple of months meet with either the PPS director, chief judge, the chief judges, justice. So a lot of times when we have an opportunity to sit down, we talk about some of the goals and challenges that we have to try to work together. And we've been very successful so far, I think, in doing that. And so it wasn't a written directive, it was just a verbal directive that to address any of the issues that were laid out.
The Honourable Member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fair. Given the conversations that the minister has ongoing with PPS and others, I am aware of a case that I think resulted in a serious error, and the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute highlighted this decision in a letter to the minister, that the PPS should have been aware, or ought to have been aware, that there was no realistic prospect of conviction, and that it was not in the public interest to proceed with the prosecution. Of course, the fact that Mr. Riley was acquitted does not alleviate the concerns surrounding the actions of the prosecution in this case, and I'm wondering, and I'll repeat the request, that if the Minister of Justice would use his authority under Section 6B of the Public Prosecution Act to conduct an independent review of the decision to prosecute Mr. Riley.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through to the Honourable Member. And I am well aware of this particular case, particularly because it highlighted what my role and the importance of having prosecutional independence from the Minister of Justice. And so when this was raised with me, I deferred to the Director the previous acting director to their expertise on this. I am very cognizant of the need to ensure that government is independent from both prosecution as well as the judiciary. Of course, coming out of the Donald Marshall inquiry, that was one of the recommendations, was to ensure judicial and prosecutorial independence. And so I am well aware of the case, but I'm also well aware of that the decision at the time was made by the director. Unfortunately, sometimes the decisions of the courts or the decision of the Crown attorneys, whether to charge and prosecute or not to prosecute, sometimes those have their deters in the community, but at the same time, those decisions really do need to be independent of government in that influence. So.
Recognize the honourable member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with respect, I did cite the part of the Act that he has, the Minister or the Attorney General does have authority to look at an investigation. And I think going back to the Marshall inquiry and the independence discussion, we've had this the last couple of years, is that, you know, what came out of that and the creation of the independent prosecution was to prevent systemic racism. It wasn't to be used as a barrier to things like that can occur, and we're not asking for a court decision to be changed. In this case, Mr. Riley was acquitted. What we're trying to look at is an investigation on how the prosecution came to the decision that it would be in the public interest, which is under their auspices to pursue the trial, which they should have known that they weren't. But again, that goes back to ensuring that we get a permanent director in place, which apparently will take in the order of magnitude of months, even though it's now been years to get in place. But I'll leave the minister with that and move on to remand. So we have 12% of African Nova Scotians represented in remand and 2.4% of the population. When considering release on bail, judges are required to give particular attention to circumstances of accused who belong to a vulnerable population that is overrepresented in the criminal justice system. That's a quote, section 493.2b of the Criminal Code. So given that judges are required to account for the circumstances of African Nova Scotians when considering release, and given that the department has now an African Nova Scotian Justice Plan, action plan, what specific resources are being directed to address the overrepresentation of African Nova Scotians that are on remand?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And before I answer this question, I do want to address very briefly. I don't want to open up the rabbit hole, but I do want to very briefly just comment on something the member had mentioned. I do want to point out there are some legislative abilities that the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General have that, although the ability is there, they're there for very rare circumstances. They're not used in very often cases. And so in the case that the member did speak about, previous to that, I believe it's only been once in the history of Nova Scotia, and I believe it might have been twice, but I know that former Justice Minister Diab actually had an issue in regards to sunbathers in Crystal Crescent Beach, and that was the one time that I think that, so it's not a case that's used very often where the Attorney General would interfere with the public prosecution services. Direct to the question that's here before me now, what I would like to say is that part of this is really this bail court. You know, we are trying to address the remand numbers. We're looking, and I've alluded to this in the past about different projects similar to this that we're looking at that would be able to help people not be in remand. We recognize that, you know, people having to sit in jail waiting to get in front of a judge is never a good thing, and it's not good for the system, it's not good for the individuals. And so we're really investing in this bail court, first time in Nova Scotia's history. Everyone that we've spoke with from all levels of the judiciary seem to think that this is going to be a positive thing for Nova Scotia, and hopefully it will be a first step to a number of other items that we've talked about and are thinking about trying to implement in the future. So we're really putting a lot of hope into this addressing some of that backlog, and as people enter in the system, helping to ensure they don't stay in the system.
I recognize the honourable member, Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, and just a comment back to that. And after the Marshall Commission was asking for change in independence, I think it was clear, in my view, that the independence was about preventing political interference, and that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for in the capacity of the Attorney General, who is the chief legal officer of Nova Scotia, who is accountable to the House of Assembly, has the tools, as the minister just suggested he has, and I don't think that the quantity of times that the clause is used is particularly relevant in this case, and we are talking about a murder trial that was acquitted with an African Nova Scotian. So I will move on and just say, I could get back to the bail issues, but I would just suggest that the minister really talk to a number of his staff and review what the independence versus accountability is for the PPS. So the question on remand, I'd just like to know in this budget, would there be anything related to bail supervision initiatives that are included in this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I would say is you know, the significant portion of this budget to going forward, trying to address the issues the member raises, really is the bail court. There's a significant investment that's going into that in regarding to staff and everything else. Once again, because we're pretty much starting from scratch in that. We are looking at a number of pilot projects, some of which are not in this budget, but we'll be looking at a pilot project around bail supervision that we're looking at coming up. as well as working with the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute. We've given them some funding for bail supervision programs, and that would be the answer.
Recognize the honourable member, Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. And flowing into disaggregated race-based data in court services, it's a similar topic. We know that African Nova Scotians are overrepresented in the justice system, including in custody. So we talked about how judges are required to pay attention to particular circumstances of African Nova Scotians at the very earliest stages of their adjudication, including for bail. In the 2021 case of R versus Anderson, the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal confirmed that every African Nova Scotian has the right to order an impact race and cultural assessment before they are sentenced. So judges need to know if someone identifies as African Nova Scotian. Often we would hope that the lawyers are asking their clients if they identify as African Nova Scotian, but the reality is that many are actually self-represented in court. So what happens when a self-represented African Nova Scotian walks into a courtroom to deal with their matter? Can the minister tell the committee who is asking that person if they identify as an African Nova Scotian in the court?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. And I don't have, staff may be able to find this for me, but as the member mentioned, there are such things, we use the acronym IRCA, and cultural race assessment. Typically, those are ordered by the judges or by the Crown attorneys or defense attorneys. It really is up to the individual or those that are representing the individual to identify, if not clear. But we do, as a department, we do fund that through the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute. If the member would like, I can find the number, the amount that we fund, but we do fund that. Those are an approximate cost of about $5,000 to $7,000, I think, per report, and I have been down to the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute, met with them, and have worked with, as a member previously mentioned, Robert Wright, who's the past director there, and in around IRCAs and the usage of IRCAs. So if the member would like, we can try to find a number and let him know what the number is in the budget that we fund that.
I recognize the honourable member, Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe IRCAs are towards the end of the process. And so what the gap is that I understand there is really at the very beginning of when somebody identifies. And so we now have a relatively new bill that has passed in the legislature, the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act. So the department has obligations under Section 11 which talk about the establishment of data standards across government. So we need to have not only the judges having this information, but the department needs to start looking at tracking this information as they enter early into the court system. So relative to collecting that data, can the minister talk about resources that he plans to vote to the collection of race-based data within the court services system in this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the member is correct. Under both OEA as well as the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, both and Wortley all talk about the established data collections and standards for government. These are not necessarily a line item. It really is kind of the work of OEA. It's a broader mandate. It's within their budget as part of their mandate of what they are doing is to try to work with community and to work around data collection. And that's part of the consultations that we do with the public as well, is just the type of data that we'll be collecting and to ensure that how we collect it. And we're doing that in conjunction with the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute and other partners as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know my colleague, MLA for Cole Harbour, may have some questions on OEA later this evening, so he may ask around that. I want to ask about community justice centers, which also can provide like an integrated model of culturally appropriate services and can help decrease the overrepresentation of both African Nova Scotians and Indigenous peoples as well. And the government of Canada has invested $28.6 million over 5 years to support community justice centers, and those are pilot projects in BC, Manitoba, and Ontario. And consultations are underway to expand these centers, these concepts to all provinces and territories. So I just want to know if Nova Scotia has taken part in the consultations for those centers.
I recognize the Honourable Member Timberley Prospect.
Just if there's, how much funding did the federal government provide for consultations as well?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Welcome, new Mr. Chair. Through you to the Honourable Member. Yes, once again, member is correct. There have been the community justice centres that are funded federally. Nova Scotia is currently part of that engagement. We are talking with the feds in regards to that. So far, we've only received $20,000 from the feds in regards to this, but we are continuing to discuss with them. Nova Scotia did take part in an engagement with the African Nova Scotia Indigenous service providers, and so we've engaged them as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just wondering, with any consultation that happens with this, if you can ensure that African Nova Scotian communities are included with that, and just that he make all efforts to make sure that he can secure one of these centers for Nova Scotia. I'm just going to touch on one more topic right now, and that is, I think it needs to be talked about to the extent that it can, and that's the response to the Mass Casualty Commission, and specific around police operations. I know the Minister mentioned 4 headings, but I'd just like to know where the Minister sees the committee that he put together going. Will they be looking at reviewing the inefficiencies that we see in our state of policing, the overlaps, the duplications, the gaps in services, and presumably to see all of that, the committee will need to see the current amount of funding each level of government is spending on policing in Nova Scotia. So I asked the Minister what his impressions are of what's going to come out of that. Is it fair to say it's an overhaul of policing, as there was so many recommendations that looked at the model of policing in Nova Scotia, and this isn't the first time that reports have have been critical on all of these things that are difficult to talk about and have financial implications. But I'd like to ask the minister, first of all, are all those budgets going to be shared, and is there a way of sharing the budgets that we spend in policing with the committee?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So I'll try to answer this, and hopefully I may need some clarification in regards to specific which budgets the member is asking for. I guess what I would comment in regards, as the member probably knows, we are in the process of doing a review of policing services across this province. We have engaged a consultant, and we do have a committee put together, as I spoke about in my opening remarks. I want to be very clear that it's very early on in the process, and I don't really want to surmise what may come out of it. You know, I've asked to look at a variety of models and to try to keep it as open, an open mind to what. I don't want to surmise that anything particular is going to come out of that review. As the member did mention, we do have the recommendations both from the Mass Casualty Commission as well as Desmond Fatality Inquiry, and so we do have those recommendations. We also, because we are in continuous discussions with our policing partners, whether it be RCMP, whether it be municipal policing, or whether it be municipalities and villages across the province, the department is in regular contact with those, and so we certainly understand some of the strengths and weaknesses that all models of policing offer, and so. And I do believe, you know, my personal time as one of the previous chairs of the Halifax Regional Municipalities Police Board, Advisory Board, we do know, and I can state that there are pros and cons to many of the models. You know, I was in a unique position with HRM where it was a integrated force service by a municipal police force as well as the RCMP across the municipality. And so I do have some unique perspectives, I think. I do see pros and cons to a number of models. And so that's why we've engaged a consultant is to take a look at these. And we've also asked a number of other provinces across the country have just recently completed reviews of policing as well. And so we have asked for the consultant to review some of those as well, and to take into consideration what is the best model for Nova Scotians. And you know, I think that it's fair for me to say that the goal is to provide, as I said during my opening remarks, is the safest, securest, best policing options for Nova Scotians, while still keeping an eye on affordability to municipalities that need to provide that service. And so we're very cognizant of that as we move forward through that process. I'll just see if there's anybody writing anything down that's specific to the budget question that the member asked.
Yeah, recognize the Honourable Member Justice. Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I'll just pause for a minute.
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would state that a number of, although the province oversees the administration of justice and policing in the province, there are a number of models, and ultimately those are incorporated in municipal or town village budgets. who in some cases pay for those directly, so we don't have all those numbers. Provincial policing budgets in the RCMP are public. We can find those for the member. I do want to just, having talked previously a little bit about the police review study that we're in the process of starting, I would offer for members that this year we are looking at forecasting in this budget or I'm sorry, in last year's budget we had $180,000 committed to that. This year we've increased that amount to $520 to ensure that it's a comprehensive police review and that it takes into a number of the things that we've talked about.
I recognize the honourable member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the open-mindedness, but I would say that some of these things were looked at in the past. I was talking about the recommendation that the RCMP retain the tasks that are suitable to a federal policing agency and identifying what responsibilities are better assigned to other agencies. And I know I'm hearing of vacancy issues across the entire province within the RCMP, so I note that the minister does have knowledge of the FTE count on the 11 forces that includes the RCMP. He said 2,000 FTE. So can he share just how many vacancies are there in the RCMP, or maybe he has knowledge of all the departments since he knows that how many, as an aggregate, how many FTEs there are, how much of an issue that is, and what steps is the minister going to take in the interim to assure all municipalities have adequate police resources to keep communities safe, given that we're going to wait now until April 2025, I believe, is the time that the report's given back by the committee. And so lots of vacancies. Does he know how many, and what is he going to do to ensure that there is anything happening to fill those vacancies?
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would highlight, I think that, and I've said this a few times in the House in regards to a variety of issues that have come up. So I would reiterate it here again tonight, which is, there has been a challenge in all policing, security, corrections. We have had a challenge with recruitment. I know that the RCMP have had their own challenges, significant challenges. So currently what I would offer is there's a current vacancy rate of 22%, 78% is full-time. We are working with our federal partners and have contacted them to express the need to backfill those and to make sure that people who are coming out of depot are assigned to Nova Scotia. We've written to our federal partners on that. And once again, I think that, as we go forward with this, the police review, it will certainly be looking at that issue as well. And as the member did speak, there has been some discussions federally in regards to what role the RCMP may play going forward. Those discussions really seem to be, or that rumor of discussion seemed to be more so like a year and a half, 2 years ago. We really haven't had any discussions around that or heard anything else other than a few rumors that were going around at the time from our federal partners. The previous minister, as well as federally, as well as this current one. I have suggested to both of those that if there was to be a change in the federal mandate around RCMP policing and the models that they are offering, that it would be very important to the provinces to be advised of those changes sooner rather than later. Of course, our provincial policing contract with the RCMP, that does expire in 2032, so which is part of why we are actually looking at doing that review now, is to, like, as I said, to see what model fits, to see what it is that we would like to highlight in any new models or anything potentially going forward. And it's I know it's probably frustrating for members, and I do apologize, but it's really hard to surmise what's going to come out of a process that we just started, particularly when I've really tried to say, you know, as I've said, I really want that model to be as, the review to be as open and to look at all models, and I don't want to be restrictive, with the goal, once again, of providing the best security, the best policing at an affordable price to Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to cede the remainder of my time to the member for Cumberland North. I appreciate all your answers and how short they were, so I appreciate that.
I recognize the honourable member Cumberland North with about 14 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister and the department staff. I have a few questions that are pertaining mainly to Cumberland County, but I do have a few that are more province-wide. So I'll start with Cumberland. We've had a lot of crime in Cumberland. Of course, the mass murder was most dramatic, but since then we've seen several murders. 2 Cumberland County women have been murdered through intimate partner violence. One worked in Amherst, but was originally from Amherst, but lived in Sackville, and another from another part of the county. There are a lot of drug-related crimes, and just recently, I know it's over in Sackville, but just on the weekend, a gentleman called his wife to go to a local pharmacy to pick up some medication and was stabbed and died, bled out. He was in his 40s, early 40s. And the 2 men have been arrested, thankfully. But my point, ministers, we're having a lot of crime up in our area. There's a gentleman who went missing February, I believe, of 2022, Jesse Morrissey. His body's never been found. And his mother contacts me on a regular basis. Obviously, she's still very distraught that her son has not been found, and she feels that there's not been enough effort made to locate her son's body. So my question to the minister is, what is being done to address the high rates of crime in northern Nova Scotia specifically?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to the member. And so as I've said previously, the Department of Justice, overall, we look after justice and the overall responsibility for policing, but in municipalities, each municipality contracts typically for policing in this area. I believe it's the RCMP. I am aware that recently and within the last few months, I believe the RCMP held a community meeting for residents to come out and express some of their concerns there. We would look for feedback through the RCMP to us. The department regularly is trying to work with departments, particularly through, I think all Nova Scotians have a right to feel safe and secure, and that's what they expect from their policing. And, DOJ has been committed to try to work with agencies across the province to provide supports and resources to ensure that they can address violent crime. Guns and gangs is a big issue. We have had some funding through the federal guns and gangs program, which municipalities and units across the province have been able to access. And we're actually in the process now of looking at a new framework, which is kind of under development right now, to help to guide investments and other initiatives that would be able to combat serious and violent crime. Other than that, it really relies on the local police to let us know whether or not they have the resources that they need to be able to combat that crime. And if they don't, that's when they come to us and we see if there's opportunities to help offset that. So I don't know if that really helps with the question, but.
I recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Minister. I think, what people, my constituents are asking me is what can be done. So I'm not sure as MLA, so I just bring the concerns to the Minister. But we're definitely seeing an increase in violent crime. We're seeing an increase in small petty crime. People are frustrated that criminals are not being arrested, but then when they are, they're often not being detained for long and being released back into the community and continuing to commit crime. So you're right, there was a huge meeting in Wentworth, hugely attended, and I'm not sure if we're going to see any results from that or not, but I did want to address it and bring it up with the Minister. And obviously having 2 women within the last year, both murdered in our area from their intimate partner, is something that we have not seen in the past either. So it's a very big concern. Minister, I'm wondering if you can also comment on the Mass Casualty Commission, the work there. I know I was listening to the opening remarks. I am concerned that there's a lot of words being said, but we're not actually seeing on the ground, we're not actually seeing a big difference in services available. And I did attend a community meeting in Wentworth quite a few months ago where the department, Nova Scotia Health and the department met with community members. Most of the people there were department staff. And they were asking the community, how can the community step up and provide the services that the Mass Casualty Commission recommended? And I didn't feel it was the right approach, Minister. I feel like there should be professionals, the government should be hiring professionals to help with counseling and trauma for the people in our community. But instead, the people that were holding the meeting were asking the community to come up with the solutions and the ideas. And my concern, Minister, is that we're going to be relying on volunteers and nonprofit societies to try to provide supports that really should be provided by professionals. And I'm wondering if the Minister can comment on that.
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and through to the member. And as I think I mentioned during my opening remarks, one of the things that government, some of the recommendations, what the provincial government did was we reviewed those recommendations in depth and made a decision to, because they touched along so many different aspects of government and they weren't necessarily all aligned with justice. There was certainly a health and wellness, a mental health component, and so what we've done is we are taking an all of government collaborative approach to this. Trying to ensure that the recommendations are acted on. As I'm sure that the member knows, there is the Mass Casualty Progress Monitoring Committee, which is led by members of the community, as well as some directly impacted by the events. And their role really is to hold government accountable and ensure that government does act on those recommendations. So we are committed to doing what's laid out there and what we're committed to doing. We have seen some first phases coming out the door. I know through the mental health and addictions department, there was some funding that has gone out through there already, and we'll continue as a all of government approach as we move forward on this.
With about 5 minutes left, I recognize the Honourable Member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions, Minister. One is your department looking at the Partition Act? I've had some concerns brought to me about the fact that changes are needed for this act, and they're looking for changes that will allow spouses and former spouses the right of first refusal on subsequent sales of partitioned lands, and also allowing spouse or former spouse to purchase land when it is required to be sold as a result of not being partitionable. So wondering if the minister can comment if that's something his department is willing to look at.
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. So what I would offer is we have not looked at that specific. If the member at some point in time wants to provide me with that. We are in the process of doing a review of the Matrimonial Property Act, which would probably align, under as we move forward with amendments to that act. So if you just wanted to forward something to me, or we can certainly take a look at that as we do the matrimony property.
The Honourable Member Cumberland North. The Honourable Justice Minister.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, and I just quickly before we go back to the member, I don't want to surmise, but I do want to clarify. When the member's speaking about Sackville, I'm assuming it's Sackville, New Brunswick, and not okay. Just to clarify. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. Yes, we share a lot with Westmoreland County, New Brunswick, and I know the former Minister of Justice, Murray Scott, had tabled a bill years ago on cross-border policing, and that, I believe, bill is still active. However, we could definitely see improvements in there in our two provinces working together. In the past, I have gone to New Brunswick and met with their Justice Minister to discuss. But they have a new minister now. Minister, before I finish, I would like just to ask a question about NDA legislation. And I'm wondering if the minister can provide myself with the reasoning why he's changed his position on this very important topic. Because we know previously the minister was in support of this legislation for victims of sexual assault. And I'm just wondering if the minister could provide the reason why. Is it the minister's decision through research, or is he being directed by someone?
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yes, so twofold. I will just quickly say part of the police review that we're doing, when I said I want to look at all options, specifically I did say look at cooperation with other provinces. We've done that with our serious incident response team, where we've joined with New Brunswick. It's now and we're in discussions with PEI looking at a maritime CERT project. In regards to the NDA specifically, what I would say is that initially when I was approached and asked for this, I said, yeah, it sounds like it makes a lot of sense. Let me go back and look at it. So it wasn't, that was the commitment that I made at the time. People bring things to me all the time, and typically I do say, okay, that seems to make sense, or no, I don't think that that's going to be viable. When we started to do and I know that this came up in the past as well as today, I did do jurisdictional scans, and we did reach out to other governments. We actually had people who contacted me directly, and as more information was gained, it built to where we are now. And so it has, this is the recommendation that's coming forward based on the things that we've heard. Not only, I have heard from people who are very, very, very supportive and are very strong and feel
Order.
that this is important.
That would conclude the first round of questions. My apologies. Quick break? A quick 2-minute break. Yeah, we're now in recess. Order. The subcommittee on supply will speed back to order. It's now the NDP colleagues should now recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm just going to pick up where my colleague left off. We've been talking about NDAs, and we had a really robust conversation in the House just recently where we're all in agreement. And so I'm just curious to know, where's the information to put a halt on this piece of legislation? Is there any information that you could kind of give us so that we would know why there is not a piece of legislation put forward on NDAs, the misuse of NDAs?
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member. As I stated previously, I do, in the role as Attorney General Minister of Justice, I've been approached by a number of members of the House with a number of suggestions around pieces of legislation that they would like to see enacted or things that they would like to bring forward. And I try to be, regardless, I try to be in the role as the Attorney General Minister of Justice, and I think everybody in the House would think this, but I try to be as nonpartisan as I can. Somebody brings a good idea to me. I think if it's going to be the best for Nova Scotians, I do that. I did go into this in good faith, saying that I was open to it. As we started to do, as I said previously, as we started to do that scan, as I started to look into this more and more, I started to become less and less convinced that this was the right thing to do for everybody at the time. I think that it may be the right thing for some people, but I have had people say to me it's not the right thing for everyone. And I have been approached by people who, although they can't go into specific details around their circumstances, in detail, they have said to me that they're glad that options were there. And I became very concerned that I didn't want to take away options from people. I wanted to be able to provide options. I do think that when people are in a stressful time, they want to have options available to them, and I know that in some cases some people do not feel that way, and I respect that, but I also try to respect the other side of that as well. As said, there have been jurisdictional scans where we've looked at other provinces, states, territories. I would, as been said, and I really don't want to continue to say the same thing over and over again, but I mean the only province in the country that's really enacted this is PEI. Manitoba, of course, through their Law Reform Commission, reviewed this and decided that this wasn't legislation that they wanted to move forward with at this time either. What initially seemed to me to be a very makes sense motion, and you know, I know that this is passionate to the opposition as well as the independent members of the House. There have been, I think, three separate bills that have all come forward in regards to this, and I recognize the importance to those members of this, but after careful consideration, it's been decided that we're at the right place, I think, right now. Now, having said that, as things change, there may be opportunities in the future to re-examine it. I'm not a closed-minded person at all. I am very happy to see that there are organizations, universities, and you know, has been talked about in the House, the Barrister Society, and a number of organizations are coming forward. This is highlighted now, and I think that you know, I think shining lights on things are very positive. I'm just hesitant to enact legislation for it. What I would say is that you know, one of the things that it has highlighted for me is the need to ensure that people are informed in their decisions and that they have the ability to be informed. I don't believe this was spoke about today. I was prepping for budgets, so I didn't really have a chance to listen to the debate today in the House, but the status of women, labor skills and immigration and justice have all joined together. We're actually looking at providing $130,000 in funding over the next 3 years to the Legal Information Society in Nova Scotia. And what that will do is it will provide free legal advice to anyone, up to 4 hours. So anyone who is a survivor, a victim of workplace sexual harassment or sexual harassment, they will have an opportunity to receive up to 4 hours of free legal advice before entering into any type of agreements or anything. And we are looking at some other programs that we're going to do as well to ensure that we empower victims, survivors of sexual harassment, that we empower them to be able to make the right decisions. And, you know, I think the Minister of Health, when she spoke, when I was out sick on this item, that one of the things that she highlighted was there is a power in choice as well. So.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do not disagree with any of the comments that were made by the ministers previous and the Minister of Health and as well the Minister of Labor Skills and Status Women. Right. I don't disagree with having those programs. I think those programs are valuable. What I'm saying is, because I come from a lens of prevention, so if we can prevent an action from happening, that which in turn would exhaust our legal system, which in turn will also exhaust the justice system, I think, you know, we need to step back and think about what that looks like. So that's why I'm bringing this forward. So, I mean, I'm glad that the minister, you know, is saying it may be re-examined. I'm just curious to know, could you table any of the results from the jurisdictional scans, and maybe even some statistics on the amount of feedback that your department has had both for and against legislation to restrict the use of NDAs?
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, we'll see what we can provide to you. What I will say is, as much of a you know, of course, I do attend the federal, provincial, territorial ministers' meetings of public safety, attorney generals, and these are discussions that we've had as well there. So we'll continue. What I want to say is I don't want to put out a hope to say that we're doing this, because we're not doing this at this time, but I will commit that I'll continue to monitor it and keep a close eye on this. I do know that this is a very important topic to a number of members in this House, and I don't take that lightly.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it just something popped in my head just now, because I remember we had this discussion on street checks, and I said, why are we not legislating it? And the minister has put forward a directive. I'm curious to know, would the minister put forward a directive to ban the misuse of NDAs?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you for the idea. So I guess what the distinction would be is, in regards to street checks, that is a direct policing matter. So I do have direct oversight on that. Where a minister's directive in regards to something like NDAs, that affects more of the private sector as well. And so I don't really have the legislative ability to do that. As I said previously, I do think there is value in the discussions that we've had, because what they've done is they've highlighted something that I think a few people have had an opportunity to talk about. I mean, I think whenever something is in the paper and is being talked about and is being highlighted, people become more aware of that. And in the case of NDAs, I think it hasn't been, even though we are not going for legislation at this time, the fact that people, I think, in this province who never knew what an NDA was are now talking about those, asking the differences between NDAs and confidentiality agreements. And this is a discussion that wasn't happening before. And so I do think there's been a benefit to that, although not where you want to be, but there is a benefit to it.
The Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. You know, it doesn't hurt to ask those questions, right? So I'm going to go into something that you had mentioned during your beginning conversation about a comprehensive review of legislation and FOIPOP legislation. I'm wondering, reviewing the FOIPOP legislation, is that going to mean that you're going to give order-making ability to the Privacy Commissioner? Because we know that that was a part of your mandate for 2021.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So it was in my was a direction that was provided in my mandate letter. We are still going forward in that direction. I know that perhaps there's been some suggestions otherwise, and when I say that, we are going forward with a review of the FOIPOP Act. And if that is one of the recommendations that come out of it, we'll consider it at the time. I don't, once again, very similar to the Policing Act, I don't want to surmise what's going to come out as we move forward. I know that in the House, the Premier has been on record saying that he has some personal concerns around that, and we'll certainly take those into considerations as well. But it's really, you know, the goal here is really to try to reform an act that is 25 years old and to try to bring it up to speed with some of the challenges that are in 2024, right? And some of those would be, when that initial legislation was passed and then amended in 1999, text messages didn't really even exist. So, I mean, people were still using, I think, Palm Pilots and Motorola brick phones, right? So much has changed in regards to technology and the tools that we use. And even the way people access it. And so, as I did say during my opening statement, I did ask the review committee to try to do broad consultation so that we can have good feedback. I think that members of the media might have been surprised when they were reached out to and asked for feedback, and actually had an opportunity for some of all the news outlets were asked for, provided an opportunity to give written feedback. Some of the larger news outlets were actually provided an opportunity to come in and have be interviewed by the committee, so I think that was unique. I have asked the committee to reach out to the caucuses and potentially every MLA, but at least to the caucuses, if nothing else, so that we can get feedback from how they're utilizing FOIPOP. And the goal here really is to try to make it a little bit more efficient. There are some abuses, both I think government and otherwise. There are abuses of the system. There are concerns about the information that's collected and how it's collected and the technologies. And so it's going to be a pretty open review of that, and we're continuing to do that. And as I said, I think we're hoping that early in, I believe it was 2025, late 2024, 2025, we'll have some recommendations coming back on that. So I can't say, to answer the question directly, I cannot say whether we would recommend that the commissioner have order-making power or not. We'll see how that comes out after the consultations and the process. That's a fair comment, isn't it? Now, I know that there have been other people that said absolutely not, but I'm trying to keep an open mind as much as I can, and we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. So,
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I respect the minister's answer. I do want to point out that, you know, it was under your directive for a reason, and I understand that now there's a whole new review which is happening, which, you know, just given a suggestion, if, you know, government departments were a lot more open and transparent, things would not be probably requested as much. And if it wasn't as redacted, you probably wouldn't have so many people wondering why this process is such a tedious, frustrating process to start. So I just wanted to say that because, you know, that was a part of the letter and I was curious. So I have a question. I'm going to switch gears here. About the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute. I'm going to be very, you know, frank, because I say this whenever I'm asking any minister a question, you know, sustainable funding is really important. And what we know, just from sitting here for the past, what's this, three times I've sat in budget sittings, maybe, or 2 times, that it's year by year. So I'm curious to know, does the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute have continual funding at least until 2026, or until the decade has been fully finished or more? And I know that, I don't know if you know that the decade has been extended, so it is not ended this year.
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
So I want to start by ensuring the member that this minister really values the contribution of the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute. And one of the things I would say is that DOJ and the Institute are working very well together, I believe. We certainly are not doing everything they want, but we have a very good working relationship. Funding is currently, it's been done in 5-year blocks, so they're funded until March 2026. I would be very surprised, given their impact and their work with government, and as I said, we don't always agree, but I think it's been a very collaborative relationship. I think it's been a very good relationship for Nova Scotians, particularly those of African descent, and I don't anticipate seeing any changes. I would anticipate that they would continue to be funded past that as well. So I hope that helps.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the justice plan or strategy for the Black community in Nova Scotia?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So what I would say is I did address this in my opening remarks. I don't know if the member was here for my opening remarks or not. So we've completed 25 community consultation discussions in community, just over 25, I think. And we'll continue to do engagement, of course, with the community. It's the entire plan is still in just the finalization stages now, so I can't really give that to you now, but I would anticipate we're going to be done relatively soon. So, and I certainly, as the member would know, I certainly have no issues with engaging with the members in the House to try to work collaboratively on some of these issues. I don't view these partisan at all. I view these as provincial, and the more input we have and the better collaboratively we work together, the better we'll be. And as the deputy just pointed out, as we move forward with the Justice Action Plan, the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute is playing a huge role in that as well.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was brought to my attention that the restorative justice referrals, there was some disparity in the referrals because of police reports that talked about racism and discrimination within those reports. I'm just wondering, is there any new money in the budget towards the Nova Scotia Restorative Justice in order for us to decrease the disparity in these referrals?
The Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the member. If I don't answer this correctly, you could certainly follow up with me, and I'll ensure I get you the right numbers. So, of course, you know, the restorative justice program in Nova Scotia has been in place now for approximately 25 years. We do work with a number of community groups, some of which I did discuss, John Howard, as well as Cumberland Restorative Justice, Island Community Justice. There's a number of them that we do work with. This year's budget, the amount that's allocated to restorative justice program is $2.5 million. So I don't know if that helps or not. And just to follow up, deputies giving me a number here. So customary law for renewal, it's $109,000 specific to that group.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Minister, for that. That's what I was going to ask. Is there like a specific number? Because that was an overall number for all the other programs that fall under that umbrella. Thank you for that. My next question is, how is the Justice Department responding to the needs of that were outlined by the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute in a letter that was written, and I know this is a while ago, July 21st, 2023, as it relates to the challenges of the public prosecution services. I know that just recently in May, they had a training day, and I'm just curious to know, what was the follow-up? How is that conversation going? Was there apologies given? Like anything to kind of give me some detail on how that process went?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, so thank you. As I said previously to one of the previous members, there were some concerns around, as I think there is with all of government, somewhat around systemic racism and needs to try to address that. PPS specifically recently hired an EDI a new lead for that department within PPS, and I think that's part of what came out during the announcement at the Black Cultural Center, and so we'll continue to work with them. As I did mention to one of the previous speakers, I have been very clear with PPS that we need to address and ensure that there is no systemic racism or any other observations of racism in PPS, and so that direction has been given to the acting director.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then my next question would be, well, what is the representation of Mi'kmaq and black folk that are in senior roles in the PPS right now?
The Honourable Justice Minister.
Yes, thank you. So I guess what I would say is currently I know it's a very, very low percentage. Like I'm not really 100% sure if I could tell you anybody right now. Now, having said that, the Chief Judge Borden has just been raised to be the Chief Judge. One of the previous members, one of the previous crowns was acting for cert, and he's now on the bench as well. So one of the problems were, and of course, which the member may not know, every year I host a First Nations African Nova Scotia dinner or get-together where we bring people in who are coming out of university to try to get them to look at government and connect them. The current acting director has identified that there is a need, and if as I said, we've just made probably the single largest investment into the PPS since its creation. And part of that is to identify four identified positions, and that's to really try to increase the diversity there. So that is a direction that's been given to the current acting director, as well as the EDI officer who's there, and so we're certainly aware of it. We're certainly trying to address it. One of the challenges I would offer, and I've talked about this because I've said, why are we having such a? Currently, the private sector is way more enticing. People are being enticed away from going into public prosecutions because they can make more money, and the private sector is really being very aggressive to try to get people of a diverse background to go into their into their firms. So we're ramping up to try to counter that.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for that. I'm going to move into domestic violence. The Minister spoke about this in opening remarks, and I was trying to write stuff down, but I didn't catch it all. So I'm just going to ask the question. The province has 2 domestic violence courts, one in Sydney and one in Halifax. How many cases did these courts hear in the last year?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really good when we bring staff because I'm writing notes to try to answer another question. So I really, I'm so thankful I have my deputy and director with me. One of the things I did want to highlight as well, recently, so I'll answer this question in a sec, but recently we did do a visit to the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute, and the acting director of PPS, as well as Chief Judge Borden and myself, deputy, and a number of other members from the department all actually went down there, had a little bit of a meeting. I don't know if the director really got the significance of it, but I think it was probably one of the first times that the chief judge, the head of PPS, the Minister of Justice, the Deputy Minister of Justice were all in the same room talking directly with community, and that hasn't happened in the past, right? So we're really out in community. I'm really trying to connect with and work with community, and so we're able to talk about some of these things. And in regards to the question you just asked, and I hope this answers the right answer. So in 2022-23, there were 184 cases completed by Halifax DV Court, domestic violence, and 113 cases completed in the Sydney.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are these courts available to all Nova Scotians, or are they just located for those folks that are located in Sydney or in Halifax?
The Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you. So the 2 courts that the member mentioned are specific to Halifax and Sydney, but we do have wellness courts across the province, or domestic violence aspect to those wellness courts, and we have those in Amherst, Bridgewater, Truro. As recently as today, I signed off and asked staff to look at extending it even further down towards the Digby-Yarmouth area, which currently doesn't have one of these wellness courts. But the wellness courts take in a lot of different aspects, and part of that includes domestic sexual violence, and those are incorporated.
The Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
So the minister answered my next question, because I was going to ask, are you looking to expand? And here we have the answer. So I'm glad to hear that there will be access available in many different parts of the province. So and the next question is, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this, other provinces have adopted what is called clearest law. This law allows people who may be at risk can find out if their current or former partner has a history of domestic violence, stalking, and sexual violence. Is the minister looking at into establishing a similar law in Nova Scotia?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. So we haven't looked at that. It's something that we can take back to the department to consider. I don't know what the outcome will be, but we can certainly look at it for the member. The other thing I want to reiterate, because I know the member wasn't may have missed the first time, is so within all of government, everybody has a certain budget that we have to work in with. I don't want to understate, I don't want to overstate, but I certainly don't want to understate how significant the new bail courts will be on some of these things as well. And it's going to have a huge impact on Jordan delays, on ensuring that people aren't taken into remand. We're putting a lot of faith into that initiative, and we have other initiatives that we're hoping to do in future years that will be a first for Nova Scotia as well. So, you know, the wellness courts have been around for a while. It was time to try something else, and we've got other initiatives we're thinking about as well. I'm hesitant to talk about a lot of these things sometimes because if they don't go, or if sometimes if you just talk about something as a thought, you're committed to it, and then you're held, right? And sometimes we talk about ideas to try to think out of the box to make better, you know, we want to improve the justice system and access to that system within the province. We want to expedite it and try to meet everybody's needs. So we look at a variety of different, across different jurisdictions, how they're dealing with different things and stuff. And so I just wanted to, I know we were talking about the wellness courts, but I do want to highlight the bail court this time around as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad you mentioned that because there was a question that I wanted to ask about the bail court. What is the budget for the bail court, and is it in this year's budget, like this fiscal year, or is it, you know, over time?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through to the member. Yeah, so in this year's budget, there's $2 million assigned for the bail court. 25-26, 1.8 million, and ongoing. That would, the forecast is to continue the 1.8 ongoing with it. So,
The Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that. Minister, I'm going to talk about the Desmond case. Up to and since the publication of the Desmond report in February, family members have continued to live their trauma in the same house. And I know that you spoke about that in your opening remarks. I'm curious to know, has the department been speaking with the family? And what has the department or folks in the department been doing to help the family get closure?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I said previously, certainly we're saying again that, you know, our thoughts are with the Desmond and Borden families. We do, you know, I certainly recognize, and everybody in Upper Big Tracadie, the effect it had on the families and that community. And what I would say is that the recommendations, the bulk of the recommendations that came out of the fatality inquiry, a large percentage of those were recommendations that are applicable more to the federal government than the provincial government. So as I had said previously, the recommendations that are directly to the provincial government, we're trying to incorporate those as an all-look approach in conjunction with the recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission. So I do know that the member had discussed in regards to the family home and stuff. I do know that the federal minister had made a commitment to look at this. I don't know, under Veterans Affairs, the Minister of Veterans Affairs did make a commitment to review this, and so we will look to them and see. Purchase of the home would probably be more of a Veterans Affairs issue than a provincial issue, but we certainly want to, we don't want to traumatize or affect either the Borden or the Desmond families any more than what they have been. So we are trying to work with our federal counterparts around some of this. And I would note that we are continuing, I believe we're continuing to support the families through our Victim Services Division as well. So,
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, because you mentioned recommendations, and yes, the Mass Casualty Report had a number of recommendations, and then of course now we have the Desmond Inquiry Report. And so I'm curious to know how many of those provincial recommendations are actually being implemented as we speak.
The Honourable I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, as I had previously mentioned, government is committed to both recommendations of both those reports. We, of course, from the Mass Casualty Commission, there is a progress monitoring committee who is ensuring government is held accountable to the recommendations. Some of those, our government, of course, has made the decision to do an all-of-government approach. Initially, it was basically all the recommendations were going to come to DOJ, and DOJ was going to be responsible for implementing all those. What quickly became apparent once we started reviewing the Mass Casualty Commission report was that it was much broader than just justice. It certainly is social, mental health, health and addictions. There were so many other departments that were impacted. So we made the decision to take a all-of-government approach, which we've been doing. We've seen a few things go forward with in regards to mental health commitment monies and commitments that have happened. As mentioned, our Victim Services continues to work. In regards specific to the Desmond inquiry, there were actually 25 recommendations that were meant to improve supports for Canadian veterans, so that didn't fall with us directly, but to support access to health care for African Nova Scotians, to try to impact and strengthen the application for firearms usage, recommendations around intimate partner violence. So we are working on all of those. Some of those we're checking off, and some of those we haven't got to yet, but we're very committed to addressing them. What I will say, and this is, I guess, separate from what was said before, particularly to the Mass Casualty Commission, some of the recommendations are recommendations on society as a whole as well. Some of them aren't really recommendations that I think any government can actually directly impact. I think they're societal recommendations as well. But anything that falls within government and anything that falls within the preview of the provincial government, we've committed to doing.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. I would be interested to know how we're tracking our progress and how we're tracking across government, with the all-of-government approach, what's working and what isn't, and how can we how we're implementing them directly within each department. And I know, Minister, you probably can't answer this. You can speak for your own department, but I would be curious to know how that is working when we do a full all of government approach, and yet, you know, there's still questions being asked about it specifically. So yeah, that's something in the air. Maybe when I get to speak to another minister, I'll ask the same question. My next question is about the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. It was spoke that it was moved under the umbrella of the Department of Justice, and the budget estimate for that office remained consistent around $3.3 million. However, the number of FTEs have gone down from 16 as forecasted for 2023 to 11 for 2024-25. I have two questions. Why is the number of FTEs in that office going down? And can you possibly break down the $3.3 million estimated for that office?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
So staff are getting me a breakdown for you of the office. What I would suggest is that, of course, when OEA came to Justice, we do have the land commissioners, which had previously been part of that, and they've been removed out of that to kind of sit up on their own. And I should have invited you. If you, I'm going to go on a tangent. I don't usually, but so they're located up on Barrington Street in Tribe. And if you want to see a really wonderful facility and just really progressive and great, it's a wonderful atmosphere and everything. We're very lucky that as a province that we're able to house our commissioners up there. It's a wonderful space. I'd encourage you to go up and check it out. It's up on Barrington. It's pretty cool. So there has been no reduction in the full-time employees. They've just transferred over to DOJ. So other than the land commissioners going up, there was an increase in provincial equity and anti-racism strategy. There was an increase in funding this year of $1,185,000. So, and I would offer too, and Mr. Chair, if I could, is I think OEA is a great fit with DOJ. It works well, particularly when you look at some of the other responsibilities that we have, whether it be through accessibility, human rights. It fits well. And you know, one of the things that I've ensured is I've tried to say, you know, is that I think that we have an Office of Lanu Affairs, we have an Office of African Nova Scotian Affairs. We don't want to duplicate that service because they have departments, but we want to make sure that they consider those departments in the overlap of those as well. But it's worked really, really well. The LGBTQ, that component of it, it's fit really well with justice, right? And one of the things I've said in the past, one of the things that I personally really value about justice and the department over there is the diversity and the open-mindedness over there. And I know that often it may not seem it, but we're a pretty diverse and open-minded group at Justice, and OEA was a really great fit. They just fit really well with us. And we're happy to have them. I'm really happy that they're there. So.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad to hear that. In the Public Prosecution Services, their new policy for fair treatment of African Nova Scotians, and we talked about, the letter previous, it makes commitments to mitigate over-representation of African Nova Scotians in the justice system. So naturally, the onus to start a fair and equitable process for people in the system begins with policing practices. Is there any funding allocated in this year's budget to helping municipal police forces adopt and adhere to the policy? So I think I came in at the tail end of a conversation with my colleague here about the funding for municipal policing. Would you mind reiterating that information for me?
Recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for clarification, money in the budget specific to?
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
For municipal police forces to adopt the policy of the fair treatment of African Nova Scotian policy.
Thank you.
The Honourable Justice Minister.
So while my deputy's looking for a number, what I would actually provide is that although we're not that specific, we do fund both through the Wortley report, there's initiatives that are funded through there, as well as EDI training across the province like the province offers to municipalities and stuff. We assist with the RCMP ACE, which is their diversity program. So we are engaged. I don't know if we have an actual number yet, or no, I don't think. Deputies pointing out one of the other programs that we do run work with is the Canadian Police Knowledge Network, and that's was under the directive, the minister's directive was so we're engaged in that as well.
The honourable member Halifax Needham.
All right. Well, in the fall of 2023, the province committed to launching investigations by the first of its death review committees, originally planned for 2019. We know that as a start, they were to be asked or to be tasked with investigating the deaths of 3 incarcerated people and 1 child in care. Have the terms of reference and committee members been finalized yet to get the investigation started?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, and through you to the member. Once again, new initiative that I felt was really important was that if there was ultimately when somebody's in custody, I feel that the province is responsible for their care. And so when there was a death about a year ago, there were 2 deaths in custody, I felt it was important to expand committees to specifically to be able to look at death in custody as well. So since that time, there is a terms of reference that has been drafted. It exists now. It is, of course, head up by the Nova Scotia Chief Medical Officer or Exam Officer, Dr. Matt Bowes. He chairs the committee. The committee is fully membered now, and I believe they've already had 1 meeting. Of course, the membership of the committee is the chair, the chief medical examiner. There's a Crown attorney, RCMP officer, Mi'kmaq representative, African Nova Scotia representative, primary care physician, and a retired manager of correctional services. So that's who comprises the committee. And as I said, I know that they have met once. I don't know what's come out of that. I'm not really involved on a day-to-day on that, but I think that was an important initiative, and we're glad we've done that.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham with 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, Minister. A coalition of health and social justice organizations led by Wellness Within are currently a month of action on human rights in custody. Their goal is to make clear that conditions of confinement are directly linked to deaths in custody. Following their month of action that they had, the coalition will be looking to meet with the Premier, Minister of Justice, and correctional directors for work towards the achievement of better conditions. Will the Minister meet with this coalition?
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
So what I'll commit is I'll look into more about them. I'm not exaggerating when I say I probably am approached by 4 to 5 different groups every week who want to meet about something, and some I'm able to and some I'm not able to. So I'll look into it and see. What I will say in direction to issues that we've been having in our correction services, I did meet Monday with the union for the correctional officers. I actually did go over the NSGEU. I joked when I went in because I met with Sandra Mullins, who's the president, and her vice president, Hugh Gillis. And I joked when I went in, I said, I bet you I'm the first minister to ever actually walk into the building while he's sitting in as a minister, because I don't know how many had ever been over there. But, you know, I do believe, although it's not my role to bargain on behalf of the province, I do believe, once again, that it's important to have open and honest relationships and discussions with our partners. And, you know, NSGEU and certainly the correctional officers are part of our partners and part of our team. So I did happen to go meet with them, and some of the topics that you've raised here today were things that we did raise that were raised when we were discussing, so we are trying to work towards some of those things. Also, the minister, or my deputy has pointed out as well, is some of these things also go to the Ombudsman's office. So some of these are to meet with the minister, some of these are probably more appropriate there.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad to hear that, because my question, adding to the question, would have been, we know that correction officers and folks that are a part of that union, they play a valuable role in the work that's going on, and so I'm glad to hear that the minister is at least having conversations with folks about, what that looks like for them and getting their input. One thing that the coalition is calling for is greater transparency on how deaths in custody are reviewed and publicly reported. Has the minister considered making this process more transparent and findings more publicly available?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. If I could, it's a real new process. Like, I haven't even had a report submitted to me yet. So to to surmise anything, I don't know. I don't know yet, right? I believe there's a terms of reference, and hang on just.
The Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you, and staff did just clarify. Didn't want to commit, but yeah, the terms of reference does say that they'll be made public. So,
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. The coalition would also like to see the deaths and review process made more rigorous and culturally appropriate. In particular, they are repeating their call to ensure that inquiries into Indigenous deaths in custody, like those of Sarah Rose Denny and Peter Paul, are Indigenous-led and informed by community concerns and protocols. Right now, the Deaths and Review Committee has only one Indigenous member, and I'm just curious to know, are we exploring those types of options, looking into ways to better serve the Mi'kmaq population by making the review committee, when necessary, Indigenous-led, if possible?
Recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
so I think what I would offer is that in the initial committee, we tried to include representation as broad as we could across society, across society, and there is currently a First Nations seat that's there, as well as African Nova Scotian. We've just started the committee, so I don't think anything, I'm not going to say no, but I do think there is representation there. We tried to make sure that we had a broad representation from numerous communities across the province, and I want to see how it's working. I mean, they haven't had a report to me yet, so it would be a little early to. The other thing I think too is I would certainly look towards the chief medical examiner and recommendations that he may come forward as this process continues. There may be recommendations that he brings forward too. I wouldn't want to have a committee that was so bogged down that they couldn't work either, because I do think that the goal really is to, as I said earlier, I view the province as being responsible for these people. When somebody's in custody, they're the responsibility of the province. The goal really is to not have death in custody, right? And I mean, it does occur sometimes, unfortunately. The commitment, and I very seldom have said in the House that government did.
Order.
But
that would conclude the round of questioning for the NDP party. I'll move it back on to our Liberal colleagues. I recognize the Honourable Member from Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister and the staff for giving me the opportunity to ask a few questions. My questions are, I guess, around accountability, or perception even, I guess, of accountability. So municipalities are responsible for policing and having their budget, substantial amounts to pay for policing. And they're legislated, I guess, to have a police advisory committee. So maybe my first question to the minister would be, can he maybe expand or talk a little bit about how the department views the role of the police advisory committee, and exactly what is exactly the function of it, if he could.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Through you to the member, and I certainly, the member I know is well aware of the relationship between policing and how it works from his past time on council, and I was benefit to me. I was first chair of the Halifax Regional. I was first elected chair of the elected member who chaired Halifax Regional Police Commission, and so I was really aware of the roles that they play. I do think it's important to have commissions that are independent. Typically, they will have a member or two from the associated council who will sit on them. I think that that's important to be able to keep that liaison between council and the commissions. I also think it's important that the commissions operate somewhat independently of council so that they can make recommendations, and whether that's in regards to service levels or whether that's in regards to budgetary requirements or whatever. And so I do see them as playing a role. Typically, they have somebody who's assigned on them who are community, and so there is that opportunity to have the community liaison there as well. And it's really a check and balance thing. We do have, of course, just over 30 police boards throughout the province. There have been some challenges with a few. We became aware that there were a couple of municipalities that didn't have any advisory boards, so we did contact them and suggest that we would like to have them for some of the reasons we spoke about. As I spoke about earlier, the province, of course, is in the process right now of doing a provincial police review. It's going to be a thorough review of how we do policing and how we go forward. As I said earlier, I really haven't. We have awarded that to do that, and Deloitte, yeah. And so as we go forward, I don't want to surmise what comes out of that. I've been hesitant to make any significant changes to the way that the current structure is till we get some feedback from that process. As I said, I do know I was approached by one or two municipalities who provided under the legislation what they needed to provide that was somewhat alternate to what would be a traditional police advisory board. We did accept some of those requests. I did at the last provincial chiefs of police meeting, which was in Bridgewater, I did attend, and there were a number of people there who were from police advisory boards from across the province. One of the things that it was a great opportunity to have an open and honest chat. One of the things that we heard was their desire for training, their desire to work with the province, and so we have stepped up some of our training around them, what we've provided them, and part of that training, of course, talks about local priorities. And so.
Recognize the honourable member Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for his answer. So my understanding, and when I was there, I assume it's the same with all municipalities, is that the Department of Justice appoints somebody to the Police Advisory Board. My question would be, as a representative of the Justice Department, what is that person's role there, and does the person report back to the department?
Recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
So what I would say is I personally recognize that we are having a challenge, which I know you haven't brought this up, but we are having a challenge trying to get our provincial reps on some of these boards, which I know are creating challenges for the boards in regards to quorum and stuff. As a department, we do go out and do advertising and try to encourage people to apply to these boards, commissions, and some areas we have a lot more. HRM, I mean, they have no problem getting anyone, and I'm sure and that's why I said in some cases I've been contacted by different municipal units, and they've talked to me about some of the challenge they've had, and we have granted exceptions to the way it's done to try to meet their needs as well. There is not, although there is a provincial representative on them, there's not a direct feedback to the department currently. What I would say is that as we're going forward with our policing review, that would be something that we would anticipate would be coming out of that. It's not just what we utilize to provide policing, it's broader than that, so it'll certainly take in police governance as well as how advisory boards and police commissions work.
I recognize the honourable member from Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I raised that, and I'm sure you're well aware that my constituency has had, for the last number of years, a lot of challenges around crime, I'd say, and significant issues. So, like many small rural municipalities, it's a small detachment. So there's a lot of pressure on municipal council to add members to try to get more coverage. And as you know, municipal councils aren't experts in what staffing should look like and what's the best way to go about how many members you should have and what the rotations would look like. So in a way, I'm bringing the questions that I'm hearing from the public and councillors around policing. And one thing that was raised by a number of councillors is General Duty's police resource model study. I believe it's a study to look at the size of the municipality and figure out how many police officers would be needed. So from my understanding, the department is maybe looking at doing those studies across the province, and I don't know how you're going to decide which municipalities are looked at first, but just want to get your sense of what you're thinking around that.
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
So as I said, it's part of that. We've hired the consultant Deloitte to go around and look at policing. Typically in places like Clare, what we would do, I think you guys are RCMPs, so typically we rely on the local department who works in conjunction with the town or the municipality, and then if they need to increase that level, it comes up through them to each division and then through to us to enter into that if they fall into the police provincial policing agreement. If they fall into that or not, we work with the municipalities to try to accommodate. Once again, I can't, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier, but I really don't. My concept in the comprehensive police review is to not restrict what's looked at, and I as I've said before, is that I want to ensure that we have the best model that is providing the best safety and security for and service to the people of Nova Scotia, while recognizing the challenges of costing, and so to make sure that it's an affordable model too. I can't surmise what's going to come out of that because I don't know. As a former chair of the Police Commission of HRM, I was in a unique position because they were an integrated force, so they had the municipal policing as well as the RCMP. So I do know there are strengths and weaknesses to different models, and so as we go forward with that review, we'll hope to hear some back on. But I've left it, I've asked them to be very, and I did speak about this a little bit earlier, so, is currently with our CERT, Serious Incident Response Team, we've stepped out of the box in a sense, and we've actually entered into an agreement with New Brunswick where we currently have a Nova Scotia New Brunswick CERT. That's going to be, we're hoping that there may be an opportunity to expand that to PEI so that we would have a maritime CERT unit. Not saying that we're going, but what opportunities are there, right? Don't restrict to any current models. Let's look at everything. And having said that, and as we spoke about a little bit earlier, was one of the challenges, of course, is sometimes things are outside of our control. We rely on a federal agency, in a sense, to provide us as our provincial police force. If the terms or focus of that change federally, that impacts our province, so we rely somewhat on that too. So I don't know if that got it all or not, MLA, but.
I recognize the honourable member from Clare.
I think so, but I guess, and I'm bringing the concerns of my community more than anything else. What happens is, as you know, small departments, you know, the day-to-day operations, a lot of mental health calls. But when communities are faced all of a sudden with what I'd call major crime incidents, as I'm sure, you know, arsons and shootings, and you know, there's a point where just a regular detachment can't keep up with you know, the level of crime. But at the same time, it's not necessarily that they need a bigger police force, but you know, for a certain amount of time, I believe they might be overwhelmed. So I know that. And speaking with RCMP, they're quite confident that when they ask for support from the Justice Department, they do get it. So it's not a matter of me, you know, saying you're not providing you know, the resources necessary. But at the same time, you have a community that is, you know, under a great deal of stress. And I'm not even sure what answer I'm looking for. But the community is very, very concerned that, you know, they'd like to see more results, maybe, if I can say it like that, or at least more communication around what's happening, because right now, you know, we've had multiple, I'd say, major crime incidents, and the RCMP, in fairness, are doing all they can. It's just, like I say, it's too big. So I don't know at what point the Justice Department would step in or look at a way to try to address that, at least make the residents feel more comfortable.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So in addition to the review of policing, we're actually in the process now of doing a reviewing of the police standards as well, kind of in conjunction but kind of separate, where we're looking to update the policing standards to ensure that there is effective and adequate services across the province, and as well as training. So we are in the process of doing that, and I guess that's what I would offer. One of the things I did offer earlier is in regards to recruitment. I do know that throughout DOJ and in many places and organizations in the country, there's a recruitment challenge, and the RCMP are certainly are not immune to that. And we see them trying to ramp up as well so that they can get people to go into cadets up to Depot and get through. So there are some challenges with vacancies and trying to encourage people to go into the profession. But it will really be, a lot of it will have to do with the policing review and the standards review. And I, of course, we do have, when it comes to serious violent crime, one of the issues we do have guns and gangs and organized crime. We do get some funding from the feds for that. A number of municipalities have recently, and I don't remember who asked for what, but I just signed off on a whole bunch of things today for some programs to allow that funding to funnel through to some of the local departments. And I think that, once we have the standards, a police review done, then we'll have a new framework that we can work around with some of these issues. So,
Recognize the honourable member Clare.
Thank you, and I realize my questions sometimes are a bit vague, but try not to get into the details of what's going on. I guess if it kind of goes back to 2020, when in our area we had the fisheries crisis, and we had hundreds and literally hundreds of RCMP officers, Yarmouth and Digby Clare, to try, to quell the violence. But at the same time, I think the community believed that with all these RCMP officers, there'd be a significant change going forward in terms of, I don't know if I want to call it organized crime, but, serious crime. And then the question I get asked most often is, once these RCMP officers left the region, it seemed that there was no accountability or no, everybody is kind of asking, what happened, like what was the result of that? And the other question I often get is, so the feds, I assume it's the federal government that paid for that, but that's why I'm not kind of asking. So where's the line, especially when it comes around fisheries and Elver fisheries and those things, where's the line between where the province steps in and where the feds step in? If that makes any sense.
Recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I would say to the member is, I as minister, I am following what's going on down there. So the fire bombings and other issues, I am aware of what's happening there. Of course, back in 2020, with that particular issue, under the Provincial Policing Service Agreement, if there is a significant incident that's happening, the province does have, it's called Article 9. We have the ability to contact the feds and request additional support. We did that at that time. Typically, if the province requests additional resource, we're pretty much on the hook for it, and it may fall under the Provincial Policing Service Agreement, the 70-30 split, but it depends. And so, but typically that's when there's a significant, I believe in 2020, the feds kind of sent some people as well as us. So, so that was what was there at the time. But I guess what I would suggest is that if policing seems to be, members come to me all the time, and I am very cognizant of the role that councils play. I use the authority of the office very lightly. I don't believe in trying to tread on councils. Okay, I do believe in the responsible, the responsibly elected officials, and they have a role to play, and municipalities have a role to play. What I would suggest is that if the municipality who is in an agreement with their service provider, RCMP, were not able to address some of those things, if the RCMP was to contact H Division, their head, or if the municipalities were to contact me, then I would forward that to H Division to see if there was a way to deal with those concerns. And typically, because there are sometimes costs associated, typically councils are a little bit leery to do that right away, but we don't want to see, our primary is we want to ensure that we have safe communities. And so we do want to work with councils. I don't want to overstep a council, if that's fair. And of course, some of it too, in regards with the lobster fisheries and stuff, that falls under DFO. So there was actually another opportunity, another avenue to get some support because it fell under DFO versus. But we RCMP on land, DFO in the water, we are, I'm keeping an eye on what's going there. I see what's there. And if you're feeling uncomfortable and want some direction off of this process, you and I can sit down and make some suggestions.
I recognize the Honourable Member Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and now I want to thank the Minister for his comments. The reason I'm here asking questions is because when I say a lot of residents are calling councillors or in my office, there's a general anxiety in the community, and I appreciate that you're willing to, or the Minister is willing to have a discussion, because it is an issue that doesn't seem to be getting better at all, and I think that's an area where if something could be done for the residents, I'd really like to deal with that. So if my colleague is ready, I'll pass it off to my colleague.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before the member retires, so I did mention to Deputy to see if we can contact down with Claire and follow up on the discussions we're having today. I hear what you're saying, so we'll follow up directly too.
I recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
How much time, Mr. Chair?
34 minutes and 34
Great.
seconds.
Hello, Minister, and thank you for being here, and thank you to your staff. Pardon me, I might read a bit from, this is a letter I just received last night, maybe, or today, from Town of Middleton. Dear Minister Johns, Town of Middleton Municipality, the County of Annapolis recently underwent the policing review under direction of Nova Scotia RCMP H Division. The results of the GDPRM showed that crime had increased over the past several years and continues to rise. In addition, the review highlighted the ability of our officers to do proactive policing was non-existent in 2022, with the current frontline policing model of 14 general duty positions. It was evident from the review that more general duty officers are needed in the Annapolis County District. And if you excuse me, I might read one more paragraph. To improve on these policing conditions and to ensure Annapolis County is provided with an effective and efficient policing service, the Town of Middleton will be budgeting an additional $214,592 for an increase of one additional general duty officer effective April 1st, so coming around the corner. This is also conditional upon municipality of the County of Annapolis approving their proportionate share of 3 additional officers. This will enable 4 new officers to serve Annapolis County immediately. They're looking for your approval for the addition of 4 new policing positions in Annapolis County effective April 1st. And I'm asking the minister if he will approve that. Thank you.
That's the member, if, when he's done with the document, if you could table it, please.
My notes, yeah, great.
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we did receive that correspondence. I think it was only dated this week. Yeah. So, so respectfully, what I would suggest, we'll review it now that we've got it, right? Because we just got it. And I'm not 100% sure. I just want to check something right quick.
The Honourable Justice Minister.
I'll just reserve and say we'll review the letter and I'll let you know. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
I certainly can appreciate us both receiving the letter, but I did want to flag it with the minister, and they did mention that April 1st date, so you know a lot happens between now and then, and just wanted to make sure they were looked at. Just a quick quote of the same letter from Annapolis County, same date. They've approved an additional budget allocation of $882,000 for 3 additional general duty officers effective April 1st, conditional upon the town of Middleton approving theirs for 1 officer, and they are also requesting your approval for 4 new policing positions in Annapolis County effective April 1st. And again, would like to see the minister approve that as soon as he is able to. So no question there, just more of a comment. I'll table those in a bit. If I could read my own writing. Has the minister or department budgeted any funding for municipalities, villages, towns to help with this dramatic jump in their policing requirements? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Justice Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First time so far this afternoon. I'm sorry, could you repeat the very last sentence?
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
No problem. Has the department, you know, this is fine. This is the requirement as per the review. The minister, you know, they've asked for the approval. I'm sure that'll come in timely. The question remains, you know, these villages, towns, and municipalities are struggling to pay these bills, as I think the minister can appreciate. Has the department thought about or budgeted any funding to help these units add these additional resources? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister Justice.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think that the department recognizes some of the pressures, particularly areas who are serviced by the RCMP, of some of the recent financial pressures that some municipalities are under. What I would say is that, you know, that is something that's being looked at as we do the police review. So that is something that is being considered, and as I said before, affordability is one of those, I guess, pillars of things that we're looking for, is to try to ensure that we are able to provide an affordable option to municipalities and towns. Directly, we don't, the DOJ does not have anything directly to offset those costs. I do believe, and I'd have to check, but I do believe through municipal affairs there might be something that offsets something. But I'd have to confirm and get back to the member on that. And so, and the other additional thing, and I'm not quite sure I get this right, but I believe that in your case, the town pays 100% through the policing service agreement. They pay for the police, right? So if they're requesting, and I need to confirm this, right? But I believe they're requesting the officer, if they're willing to pay for the officer, it's just a matter of linking everything together, right? So
I recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
No, they definitely respect the review. They gladly welcome the new officers, and they would gladly welcome 1.1 million to offset that cost. So I'll just leave that with the minister. The minister mentioned about recruitment, so certainly want to do my part as MLA in Annapolis. So is the minister able to work with the department or myself or another unit on a recruitment type fair or campaign in rural regions? How would I be able to bring recruitment efforts or a fair or job fair or something like that to Annapolis? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
yeah, if the member's interested in doing something with that, we can certainly liaison between each division, RCMP, and see if we could put together to organize something like that, see if they're receptive.
The Honourable Member Annapolis.
That's excellent. Thank you. We have a senior safety coordinator who's excellent in Annapolis. Her name's Sharon Elliott. I hope she doesn't mind me sharing her name. In this room, she was awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Medal. She's a saint. She's actually the first senior safety coordinator in the province. She was the original pilot program. So she's got near 20 years experience. I guess what I want to know from the minister, what the relationship is with that senior safety position. My understanding is it's unique in that it has a component of RCMP, whereas other senior safety coordinators or programs may not. And I wonder if the minister doesn't mind clarifying that relationship.
Recognize the Honourable Minister Justice.
Yeah, thank you. And I knew there was something that, because it's unique. I think that position's now funded by health. They're not funded through DOJ anymore, or they're funded by health.
Recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
And that must be very recent, but maybe someone could follow up and let me know more about that relationship. Thank you. I wonder if the minister could comment or the department give me more information on overtime budgets for Annapolis County through the RCMP. Is that something the minister or the department would be able to access, the overtime budget for detachments in Annapolis County, Bridgetown, Middleton, and beyond? Thank you.
Yeah, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, we're just taking a minute to get those numbers. It's kind of unique. We sit here to do budget and everybody talks about everything but budget, and you're asking about numbers now. so we're just grabbing those for you. So it will just be a moment. If the member has anything else, staff are looking that up and we can continue.
I'll recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
Thank you, and I appreciate staff looking into that. My second question on officers in Annapolis, can the minister comment on how many are off on medical leave?
Recognizes the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So twofold, and we're trying to get specific numbers for you, but overall vacancy rate I think is 22% in the, across the province. Yeah, so we're trying to get a specific number for you. The earlier question, we do not bill municipalities policed by RCMP for overtime directly. Does that answer that question?
Recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
Appreciate that answer. And if staff isn't able to provide it tonight, I'm fine if you could forward it on later. So, did you want me to ask another? Can I ask another question? Yep. Looking for the full complement of officers in Annapolis County at those detachments, if that's possible as well.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yep. Thank you. So 19 officers in Annapolis, 1 hard vacancy, 2 off, or 1 off sick, 2 on graduated return to work, total vacancy rate 16%.
Recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
Appreciate that answer. Thank you. My last question, does the minister want to join me for my Middleton Neighborhood Watch meeting? I'm the guest speaker on next Tuesday, I believe, and if the answer is yes, great. We'll go for a beer later, and if it's no, any advice or things I can impart with that group. They've asked me, you know, I'm certainly aware of the increase in crime. We're dealing with a lot of different situations in the Middleton area and up and down Annapolis County. And, you know, I'll take any help I can get from the minister and the department on what kind of information I can share with the community. And that would be great. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So if the House isn't sitting next Tuesday, I'd be willing to go down. My dad needs me bring the car home anyhow, so I can pop down and see you. And I'm not opposed to going out and meeting with groups. My only concern ever is that I don't want them to think that I'm going to be able to do something. And as I said earlier, I have a lot of respect for local councils and the authority and the role that they play. And I don't ever want a council or a municipality feel that I'm overstepping or to lay out hope on something I can't do. But if the House isn't sitting, I'll certainly go down.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Annapolis.
You ask and therefore you receive, is that what they say? So I do know that the minister's got some family in my riding, and happy to host you. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you to staff for being here, and I'll hand it over to my colleague. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for taking the time to answer these questions. My first question, Mr. Minister, is going to be dealing with the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. And my question to you is this: can you give us an update or share with us the partners and community groups that you have worked with over the past year?
Just for reference, we're going to about 10:54. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, so thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honourable Minister of Justice's bladder may not be going to 10:54. So I do want to ask for a quick clarification, if I could, through you to the member. So are you asking which community groups personally as minister I've been to, or which community groups as OEA we've been working with?
Recognize the Honourable Member Cole Harbour.
Thank you. No, I was referring principally to the office and the work that they're doing.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So if the members, okay, I know he was sitting here when some of the other members were up, we're going to get the answer. We can wait, or you can keep going, and I don't want to waste your time, right? So if you have some other questions, as soon as we get the answer, I can let you know. Recognize
the Honourable Member Cole Harbour.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Minister. My next question is kind of related to that, and my question is, what work has been done to identify and address systemic racism and inequity in government regarding policy, legislation, and programs and services through the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. So, of course, one of the key requirements to the Act was to have a strategy up and running, which they did by July 31st of 2023. The all-government strategy was released July 6th, actually, and we do have a copy of their one-year report, which we can get a copy of. It highlights everything that they've been doing and specifically who they've been meeting with. I know that right now we're on to a second stage where we're actually engaging with the 2S LGBTQIA plus community to try to work on a strategy with the rainbow community, and I don't know if that helps, but that's kind of the focus where we're at right now, is to try to get that report too. So,
I recognize the Honourable Member Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Another question that I have is, within the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, you are tasked also with dealing with, I'm drawing a blank right now, but disabilities and the people who have those challenges. I would like to ask, is there any real plan to be more inclusive with that? And what I mean by that is this. When we talk about accessibility and disabilities, we're talking about physically getting into buildings and so on. If we are being more inclusive, then we would be looking at including and dealing with and addressing the needs of the individuals in our society who have intellectual disabilities. So is there any plan to, incorporate or look at addressing that?
The Honourable Justice Minister.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the member for the question. So under the Department of Justice, we have a number of departments and offices that fall under justice. So Human Rights Commission, Accessibility, Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. So the accessibility issues that you're talking about, they don't fall directly under OEA. They'd fall more under the accessibility. And so we are in the process of doing an accessibility standards review, which is to try to ensure that by 2030 we have an accessible Nova Scotia for all. And so they've actually, the standards, they've identified 6 key pillars, 6 key standard areas: built environment, education, employment, delivery of goods and services, public transportation and infrastructure, and information and communications. So so every year we've committed to taking on a number of these and trying to move them forward. So the built environment standard, we're actually anticipating that that'll start to be enacted this year, 2024, and then we're moving on to look at the other standards as well. So I don't know if that really gets to where the question that the member has, but
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
yeah, and so under accessibility, the Executive Director, Dawn Stegan, who's there, she reviews all these with us. And what I would suggest is that they actually look at visible and invisible disabilities, so they do consider all that in these standards as they're moving forward and reviewing this. And similarly to to OEA. The accessibility also brings forward a yearly annual report where it touches on the things that they've been doing, so we can ensure that the member has that report too.
I recognize the honourable member Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to raise today I received an email about the Office of Police Complaints and Commissions. And I'm sure you did as well. If not, I can make sure you can get a copy. But the one, there was a paragraph in that email that addressed an issue, and I'm going to read it to you right now. It stated that they believe that the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism is in violation of Section 4.1 of the Dismantling Hate and Racism Act. And in that violation, it highlights that their goals, the principles of the office has failed to coordinate with the Office of Police and Complaints Commissioners to implement conditions and initiatives and to coordinate equity and anti-racism actions and policy programs. Now I'm having a problem reading my own writing. To enable meaningful conversations with marginalized communities. Was I clear with that? I can reread it. Okay, so there is, in this letter or in this email, it stated that the office is in violation of Section 4.1 of the Dismantling Hate and Racism Act. In terms of the goals and principles of the office to coordinate with the Office of Police Complaints and Commissioners to implement initiatives and coordinate equity and anti-racism actions, policies, and programs to enable meaningful conversations with marginalized communities. So, in essence, this statement is hinting at that there is no communication with those community groups to address. So I wonder if the minister might be able to explain or talk about that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. I guess in my own defense, I've actually been prepping all day to be here, so I personally haven't checked my email at all today because I was prepping to be here tonight. So I can certainly look at that and get back to you. What I'd offer is, you know, there are people who sometimes don't feel that government works the way that they want government to work. And I'm not speaking specific to this. If you want to forward it to me, we can certainly look at it. If it just came in today, I don't really have an answer. I'd have to look into it. But I will say is that there's oftentimes people feel that because something didn't go their specific way, they have an issue with government. They have an issue with policing. They have an issue with whatever it may be. You know, we certainly take all those concerns that come forward to the department with the utmost seriousness. If there's, you know, if there's something that comes forward and it's justifiable, we work on it. I think that, as I said before, DOJ is probably one of the most diverse offices. I mean, we pride ourselves on working with community, alongside with community. You know, and so if there's concerns like that, if somebody forwards it, we look at it. Every email that comes into the department is reviewed and looked at, and we typically provide a written response. If there's legitimacy, we address it. Sometimes it's the way somebody may feel, or sometimes there's, you know, so we do evaluate and look at everything. So I can take a look at this later and get back to the member offside.
I recognize the Honourable Member Cole Harbour with about a minute and 20 seconds left.
Great, thank you. Well, Minister, basically the first couple of questions I've asked were leading towards this particular statement in that I'm really curious as to the work that has been done in the office over the past year. I don't recall, and forgive me if there was, but I don't recall seeing any updates or reports on the office over the past year. And, you know, given that we have this Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, to me it would seem that it would be really important and prudent for the office and your department to really give us some information and feedback on how this is all working, because if we are doing our due diligence, then I would suggest that we would have...
My apologies, that reaches the 1 hour time. We have, Minister, how much time do you need for your closing remarks? Okay. We have about 10 minutes remaining. Is that okay? 10 minutes left. Okay. I recognize it's our NDP colleague's turn. I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don't worry, I will just ask one question, and then you can follow up your statement there, Minister. Last month, the Nova Scotia Supreme Court declared ongoing lockdowns at Central Nova Correctional Facility to be illegal. What action is this government taking to respond to this, and what action is this government taking to ensure unlawful lockdowns that harm those in custody do not happen?
Recognize the Honourable Minister Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can't get into specifics because I do know some things are currently before the court, so I can't. But what I will say is that, you know, unfortunately in correctional facilities, sometimes lockdowns are required. And so, you know, we certainly recognize that we don't want long time lockdowns. As I've said before, there have been staff shortages and recruitment. We've been very, I don't know if the member was here or not earlier, but just Monday I went to see we just put out a class of 33. There's a current class in of 45 that I actually went and visited on Monday, and we have a second group of 45 that are ready to come through. So we're really trying to, through reach out, job fairs, we're really trying to recruit people to come on as correctional officers. And because, you know, it's sometimes staff shortages. If somebody's off sick, or a couple people call in one night, we could end up being sick, right? And so we're trying to, as I said earlier, I did meet on Monday with the union, and we're trying to work through these, you know, collaboratively to try to address some of these issues. So, but what I will say is that, you know, I think that people, there will probably always at some point in time, for a variety of reasons, be lockdowns in correctional facilities. It's to try to ensure that we don't have, you know, that they're short-term, not long-term lockdowns, but and there's a variety of reasons. So, but we are, just to reiterate, I am working with the union to try to find some of the things that we can try to address the staff shortages, if we can either through recruitment or other issues try to ensure that we have adequate staffing. We don't have lockdowns typically.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your time, and I appreciate the long sitting and the time that your staff has been here, and as well the staff in your department. I know that they do a lot of great work, and hopefully we can continue this conversation outside of this room, but I appreciate all of the work that's being done. So thank you again, and you can take the final minutes.
We have about 6 minutes left. Would that be enough time for closing remarks, or would you be 6 minutes?
I'll be quick. Does anybody have any other questions? Okay. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure, I'd love to ask a question. So Elections Nova Scotia falls under the minister's purview. And as an independent, I have written to Elections Nova Scotia with my concerns around discrimination with the Act. And right now, even though it doesn't clearly state that if you're an independent MLA that you can't have an EDA or you can't issue tax receipts, Elections Nova Scotia are interpreting that way. And I have had legal counsel look at it and advise me that they do feel it is discriminatory because other things in the Elections Act, they do apply to an independent, but for some reason an EDA and writing tax receipts do not. I'm wondering if that's something the minister, if someone in the department would be willing to take a closer look at so that all MLAs are treated equally within Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister Justice.
Yes. No, I will say, you know, I have the utmost respect for Dorothy Rice. I think she's very nonpartisan. I think she just an observation. I think she treats everybody very fairly, and we're lucky to have somebody who views that. And we can certainly ask for clarification. I have no problem with that and look into it. I think I'm down to time now, though, right? So what I did want to say, just before I do my resolution, I do want to thank all the members that were here today. As previous years, I do feel that this is, I don't know how the other departments go, but I really appreciate the fact that we have the opportunity to talk and a little bit more casually than we do in the House. And I appreciate the current members that are here as well as the other ones that we typically, it's more of an exchange of information than adversarial, and I really appreciate that, and hopefully we'll be able to do the same thing next year, this being the third. Mr. Chair, with that, I'd like to read the following resolution on estimates for fiscal year April 1st, 2024, March 31st, 2025. Honourable Brad Johns, E13, resolved that the sum not exceeding $468,687,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses in respects to the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimates. E20, resolved that the sum not exceeding $1,281,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respects to the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Review Office pursuant to estimates. E22, resolved that the sum not exceeding $3,044,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in the respect of Human Rights Commission pursuant to the estimates. E25, resolved that the sum not exceeding $444,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Nova Scotia Police Complaints Commissioner pursuant to the estimates. And E33, resolved that the sum not exceeding $32,075,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses and in respects of the Public Prosecution Services pursuant to estimates. And I would so move.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolutions are stood. Consideration for estimates today are complete. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House resolves itself into Committee of the Whole on Supply. And I'd ask everyone to please return to their seats in the Legislative Chamber. The Committee of the Whole must rise to report before the House concludes for the day. Stand adjourned.